If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button as well as the bell to be notified of future videos. Thank you.
Hello Internet, we are back with Co-General McGill Alexander, Paratrooper General. He's now where he's commanding 44 Parachute Brigade, and I think that must be fantastic for any officer to have a command like that. But I just want to go back quickly, sir, if you don't mind, just to the previous episode where we were talking about the planned drop on Nanip, which is a harbor city in southern Angola. Now, you did say that the drop zone was not right onto the city, it was some way off, and then you would have met up with the Marines, and there would have been a combined attack. Now, I have to ask you, sir, I know you're a man who loves history, you studied history, you understand what went wrong in Arnhem. We spoke about that, I think, in episode 2. Were you not feeling a bit that history might be repeating, sir, if you drop too far away from where you want to be?
Yes, Chris, you're right in a certain sense. In actual fact, there were a number of things about that operation that did concern us, and many of them could be drawn back to the situation at Arnhem. But you know, when something like that happens, as what had happened at Arnhem, the important thing is to see whether you have any alternatives that can resolve the situation. Now, we would be dropping with the force that was the parachute force that was going to go in. We would be dropping 2 vehicle types, the Ferret and the Yakos. Now, both of those, and the Yakos would have several trailers attached. Each Yakos had several trailers attached to it, so that it was a small train that was traveling along, pulling the ammunition and stuff like that. Both those vehicles, we had tested them extensively in terms of carrying additional troops that could climb on top of them. And in an open area where there is no bush, they could carry a substantial number of troops. So that was one of the alternatives, to put people onto those vehicles and rotate them so that they don't get, the others who don't get a place in the first lot don't get exhausted. But then we were also planning on using 2 amphibious assault ships, each of them with helicopters. And those helicopters would have been used to get the amphibious force on shore, so that they don't rely only on the landing craft to get them ashore. They also use the helicopters. And the helicopters would then have been sent to the ground force, the airborne force that's on the ground, to help shuttle them forward. So there were a few alternatives to speed up the progress of the distance that they had to cover. It was a risk, but there were options that could be utilized, and particularly in the desert where the vehicles could travel at a relatively fast speed. It was fairly hard desert, and it wasn't a problem for them to move across that desert. So by using the helicopters and using the vehicles that were being dropped, a fair number of the force could be moved at any one moment, and the rest, of course, would be moving on foot. And so by means of a shuttle system, one should be able to move a force like that a lot faster than what would otherwise have been the case. But it was still a risk. And the fact of the matter is that in any airborne operation, as in an amphibious operation, there are certain risks, and the commander has to decide whether he's prepared to take those risks, or whether he thinks those risks are going to mean that the operation won't be a success. There's no way you can operate far behind enemy lines without risks. particularly if you're placing a big force on the ground. In the case of Namib, we had little option. There were anti-aircraft installations. There was radar. We could not come any closer than the DZs that we had actually identified. That was the closest we could possibly come without putting our aircraft in danger. At Arnhem, there were other DZs available. And the planners opted not to use them. So the planners increased the risk themselves, thinking that they were being safer and not to come closer. And, 2-3 days later, when they dropped the Polish brigade, they did come closer. And by then, the Germans had been alerted, so the whole element of surprise was lost. So, that didn't make a lot of sense. There were some very harsh problems, that mistakes at Arnhem that came to light in the planning. And I think the subsequent big airborne Operation Varsity, when they actually did cross the Rhine, they addressed a lot of those problems, and they didn't make the same mistakes. In fact, almost all the airborne troops that were dropped or landed by glider landed very close to their objectives, and there was nowhere near the same degree of risk that they had at Arnhem. Of course, the aircraft were subjected to a lot of anti-aircraft fire, and there were other risks that they had to take. But as I say, no military operation is without risks, and an airborne or an amphibious operation, it frequently has far greater risks. And making decisions at that level in a combat situation for a deliberate operation will entail risks, and it's a balancing act. The commander has got to decide whether he's prepared to take certain risks or whether he's not prepared to do it. We had considered everything very, very carefully. We discussed it at great length with both the Air Force and the Navy during the planning, and in the end, we had minimized the situation as far as possible in terms of risks, and both the Air Force and the Navy were prepared to push to the utmost in order to do what they were going to do, what we wanted them to do. So they were going to take risks. We were taking risks. There's no doubt that there were risks entailed. But one of the biggest advantages of an airborne force is the issue of surprise. It's a principle, and it's a principle which should be applied to the utmost. The surprise is the element of surprise is increased by the fact that the enemy doesn't know where you're going to come from, what side, what direction you're going to attack from. He doesn't know that until the operation actually takes place. And so that's why it's important to get as close to the objective as possible, because as soon as you land, then he knows which direction you're going to attack from. And you've got to give him as little time as possible to assess the situation and position himself for counterattacks and countermeasures. So one tries to do that, and there's no doubt that the attack on Namib held certain risks, but the risks in terms of the when you compared them to the possible successes, and you looked at should the 50th Cuban Division be in a position to invade into what we then called Southwest Africa, they could have created absolute chaos. And we would have been on very, very long external lines of communication, because our logistic support ultimately came all the way from South Africa. So you're talking about close to 2,000 kilometers. And when you're talking about doing it by road, it's well over 2,000 kilometers that you've got to bring in all this sort of stuff to support your force on the ground. And that was a huge logistic problem. Now, the Cubans had stockpiled in Namib. So they were in a position to launch an attack with a fairly secure logistic backup. And unless this was interrupted, they could, by sea, keep resupplying and accomplish quite a lot. It's interesting that we did get information subsequent to the peace talks and the withdrawal of both the Cubans and the South Africans and the ultimate independence of Namibia. We did get information from Cuban sources that the Cubans were aware of what we were doing in Walvis Bay, the whole of exercise Magersfontein. Now, given the role that Dieter Gerhard played as a spy, and the fact that he was a naval man, there can be little doubt that he was passing on much of that information to his Soviet handlers, and that was getting back to the Cubans. So the Cubans were aware of this amphibious exercise, this concentration of naval forces, including both strike craft and submarines. And the Cubans realized fully that that port of theirs might be blockaded by our Navy. That would have led to a major confrontation, no doubt, but it was a possibility. And that Namib was in danger of its capability as a port in danger of being destroyed, which would have totally crippled the 50th Division. So there were big odds at stake here. And the information that we got was that exercise, Magersfontein, which included Strandloper, which was the amphibious side, played a major role in the peace negotiations with the Cubans, deciding that let's just back off. We can't really handle this. Cuba didn't have the naval capability to prevent us from carrying out that attack. And the Air Force capability on the ground, if they were to withdraw the real element that they needed over there, that would leave the 50th Division completely vulnerable. And the favorable air situation which they had established in southern Angola would have been lost if they'd had to move their air capability down to Namib in order to protect Namib. So it left them in a quandary. And, that's what war is all about. It's a game of chess. When we were going for Namib, we probably weren't actually going for the king, but I think we were close to taking their queen. And when the situation, the stakes are that high, and you get to a situation like that, then you must say, all right, I'm prepared to take those chances. Now, what is encouraging to me is that the chief of the army, Kurt Liebenberg, recognized that. He saw it. And that's why he gave us the instruction, even after the ceasefire had been implemented and we were moving towards the whole of the withdrawal and all the rest, and all sorts of agreements had been made. But Kurt Liebenberg still said to us, you keep yourselves ready to carry out that operation, because he knew it could be crucial It could cripple them so that they wouldn't be able to continue the war. So it was big stakes, and there were big risks. But, that's one of the reasons why paratroopers have to be fit. They have to walk long distances carrying heavy kit. It's not just to show off. It's because that's the reality of a parachute operation. And I would prefer to jump closer to the objective. But I'm also fully aware of the fact that it's increasingly difficult when you've got a high-intensity conflict. And we had moved into a high-intensity situation by then. But it was still heartwarming for me as a proponent of airborne operations to see that there was still a possibility of implementing an airborne operation and perhaps achieving a really resounding success.
We will definitely have to make a separate episode on this one, sir, because I have a lot of questions, because it comes to mind that you were not using one para itself, you were using the citizen forces. And I think that Roland de Vries and his merry men would probably have gone in with armor at the 50th Division at the same time, which you were jumping onto Namib. And I also wonder where you would have been. You're on the ship, commanding like a brigade commander should do, or would you have jumped with your men? These are questions, sir, which I would love to have answers when you have time. Yeah. I clean forgot to say to you, you're welcome here and thank you for your time. If you wish to answer my questions quickly, sir, you're more than welcome at that time. And
no, of course, I'm not going to answer them in depth at this stage. But what I can say is that just a small correction. 14 Parachute Battalion Group, which was the force that was going to be used, was not a citizen force unit. It was a mixed unit. We had both national servicemen and citizen force soldiers in that force. And in fact, for that particular operation, the commander would have been a citizen force commandant, the OC of 2 Parabin. It would have been Jet van Sail. And he would have had, I think there were 2 companies of citizen force from his battalion, two parachute battalion, and there were 2 companies from 1 parachute battalion. And then the other elements that we had, the supporting elements, the anti-tank elements, the mortars and so on, were also fairly well mixed. We had some citizen force and some regular force. It was a pretty evenly balanced force from that point of view. And as far as my position was concerned, however much I might have wanted to jump with the paratroopers when they went in, or have gone ashore with the amphibious force, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. And Kasinga taught a lot of lessons there. It was the battalion commander's job to carry out the attack. My job was to be on board the Tafelberg with the joint headquarters, and that's where I was for the exercise. I wasn't ashore at all during the actual attack and the landing and the withdrawal and everything else that took place. We monitored and controlled everything from on board the ship. The same as the brigadier at Kasinga should have been on board an aircraft in the air, where he could still influence the battle because he could relay messages to the headquarters, which the battalion commander on the ground had actually for long periods had no contact at all with the headquarters back in Ondangwa. It's crucial in both an airborne and an amphibious operation to have a higher headquarters, either in the air or on the ground, on board a ship. And that headquarters needs to be joint. So you must have, if you're in the air, you must have the Air Force with you. If you're on board ship, you must have the Navy with you, because it's totally a joint operation. And if you got your senior commander running around dodging bullets on the battlefield. He can do nothing to influence the battlefield, but he can do quite a lot if he's out of the fog of war and the fighting on the ground and dodging the bullets, but he's ensconced in his joint headquarters, either in the air or on board a ship, and he can then look at the overall picture and make decisions. The French learned that in Indochina and Algeria. They learned it. They applied it very, very successfully at Suez in 1956. The Israelis learned that. At Entebbe, they applied it exceptionally well. The Brits did that in the Falkland Islands. There's no doubt about it that's the way it must function. And even if you've only got one battalion on the ground, you still need a higher headquarters that is there for the operational level. Otherwise, you're going to be missing a level. That battalion commander can't speak back directly to the strategic level. It doesn't work like that. So you have to understand how the command and control works. And one of the problems we've had for a long time, and I believe we still have in the airborne forces, is people don't understand command and control of an airborne operation specifically. But yes, we could discuss that particular operation in detail. Of course, I'm sure it would be a long and an interesting discussion, and I'm sure it would elicit a lot of queries from a lot of people as well.
Yeah,
I'd probably have to go and scratch around in my documentation and pull things out to make sure I get my facts right about it as well. Unfortunately, I don't have all the documentation that we actually use there, but I do have some stuff.
Yeah, I've got no doubts about that. So I think that for the future, there might be a young officer listening here, and they need that information. So we need to tell them. So I would look forward to that once we're done with your distinguished career. And I think now you're taking over. It must be one hell of a feeling.
Yeah. Of course, I now today will be talking about the my time as the officer commanding 44 Parachute Brigade, and the 3 years, if you include the period that I was the acting brigade commander before I took over, it was close to 3.5 years. Those 3.5 years were both the high point in my military career and also probably the low point. And that I think will become clear during the conversation today. But it's certainly the most memorable time of my career, and what I regard as the most enjoyable, the part that I really felt I was contributing in a meaningful way. Couple of thoughts about on a much lighter note. There is something I perhaps need to say about my beard. We remember that when I was a lieutenant at the military academy, and I came through and spent 3 months at 1 Parachute Battalion, the moment Archie Moore saw me, he ordered me to shave off my beard, which I duly did. And now, as SO1 operations, I found myself 9 years later, 9 years during which I'd been clean shaven and looking like a good British officer, not a Boer officer. I was Archie Moore's SO1 operations. And what happened is I started getting, developing skin problems, keratosis, from exposure to the sun. And I had to go and see a dermatologist. And the dermatologist said to me, you've got to, you mustn't wear a beret when you're in the field. You must wear a proper bush hat. You must stay out of the sun as much as you can, because this stuff can get worse, and it could ultimately become something like melanoma, and then it's a matter of life and death. And the dermatologist said, and the other thing is that it would help if you grew a beard, because it just gives your skin that extra protection. You're no longer irritating the skin with a razor, and the beard itself gives you some protection from the sun. So I said to him, are you prepared to give me a letter to that effect? He said, yes, of course. So he gave me the letter. So I went back to the brigade headquarters. And I went to see Archie Moore with my tongue in my cheek. And, at this stage, of course, Archie Moore and I had a very good relationship. He had total confidence in me, and I really enjoyed working with the man. So I went to see him in his office, and I said, so I've been to see the doctor about something. I think it's important that I just show you this letter. And so I put it on his desk, and he looked at it. And he looked up at me, and I was smiling at him. And so he smiled, and he said, McGill, you win this one. And since then, I've worn a beard. I never shaved it off again. So it was just interesting that when that happened, I was serving under the same man who'd ordered me to remove my beard. So that is an interesting little aside. Then, before I get on to the time that I spent at the brigade as the commander, just something on words of advice that I've received in my time. A lot of people have given me a lot of advice over the years. There are two points of advice that I've received that have really stuck with me. The one was given to me way back when I was a young man, and I was fired by Lionel Wilson from dog training. And when he fired me, I said to him, Mr. Wilson, can I ask you to tell me what my greatest mistake was? What my shortcoming was as a dog trainer? And he took a long look at me, and he's a man that I had great respect. I don't know if he still lives. I very much doubt it. He was a lot older than me, but I held him in high esteem, despite the fact that in my misspent youth, I managed to get fired by him. And he looked at me for a long while, and then he looked up into the air, and he said, "Your problem is dedication. Lack of it." Now, I've never forgotten that. And I realized after that whatever I do, I need to be dedicated. Otherwise, it's not going to be a success. And when I developed over the subsequent years this passion for the airborne concept, I often thought about that, and I thought to myself, he knew a lot, that man. He had a good experience, a good background. He had a good judge of human character. And when he said, "You don't have enough dedication," I took that to heart. And so I approached my time in the military with dedication. I dedicated myself to what I believed in, and I made sure that I wasn't working on something that I just wanted to earn a salary with. It was something that it became an overriding passion in my life. But at the time that I took over command of 44 Para Brigade, Archie Moore, unsolicited, also gave me some advice. He said, as the day he was leaving the brigade headquarters for the last time, we'd now formally handed and taken over, and he had a very attractive handwritten certificate statement drawn up, in which he and I signed, and a witness signed, and to where I formally took over command from him. Now, we didn't have a parade or anything, but we just had this little ceremony between the two of us. And he said to me, Mac, I'm glad you got the brigade, but just remember one thing. Whatever you do, whatever situation you're faced with, whatever the circumstances are that you come up against, always just be Mac. Don't try and be anything else. You be who you are, and you'll be fine. Now that was a gesture I felt of confidence in me, of him showing that as he left, he had handed the brigade over to me, and he was totally confident that I would make a success of running the brigade. But he was just giving me a gentle warning not to succumb to the demands of all sorts of other people. Be yourself. Don't try and bend yourself out of shape to satisfy other people. Just be yourself. And I've always tried to do that. And I think that he gave me very wise advice in those words. So I thought I'd just share that about some of the advice that has guided me, because there are a number of men in my life who have had a huge influence on me. But those two men both played a major role in my life, Lionel Wilson and Archie Moore. The one was a civilian, the other one was a military man. And I'm grateful for that. Now, at the time that I took over, I was sent to Chile on a marketing visit with Arms Corps just before I had to take over. And I got back, and my Archie Moore secretary, who then became my secretary, and who for 8 months already had been acting secretary for me, she sat in the office and kept all the people away that she decided would be a nuisance and waste my time, and she did my typing, and she was very good. Louise was her name. And I phoned when I got back from Chile. I got back, I think the day I was promoted, or a day or two after that, and so on. I came back on our phone from the airport. I was on my way out to the brigade headquarters. I phoned to ask her something, and when she heard it was me on the line, she said to me, "Hey, hallo commandant, het is so goed om van jou te hoor. Commandant, jy's nou 'n kolonel." But she still called me commandant, even though but she's just telling me, congratulations, you're now a colonel, commandant. So it's always a battle when there's a promotion. You always tend to keep calling the person what you've been calling them for years, So, now what is important is that I got back at the end of March. the 1st of April was the birthday of one paraben, and I went down to one paraben and was there for the birthday celebration. The commanding officer of one paraben was James Hills, who was a very good friend of mine, and so I went down for the parade and to be there. But also on the 1st of April, the UN Security Council 435 came into effect. And in terms of that, the SWAPO forces had to remain north of the 16th parallel in Angola. The SWA territory, the Southwest Africa Territory Force, this is the SWAT-TF. I see in so many books they call it the Southwest Africa Territorial Force. It's not the Territorial Force, it was the Southwest Africa Territory Force. Now, the SWAT-TF battalions, because there were a whole lot of battalions that formed part, because the SWAT-TF had been created by us, so that to give Southwest Africa more of an identity of its own, and so there were units that you could recruit Southwest Africans into, and that they could participate in the war, and that we could show that the Namibians, the Southwest Africans, are actually fighting this war themselves, and we could play less of a prominent role in the whole thing. It didn't really happen, but that was the thinking behind it. So all the SWAT-TF battalions, like 101 Battalion and 102 Battalion and all those battalions, they'd all been demobilized in terms of Resolution 435. By the 1st of April, they must all be demobilized. All the guys sent home, arms been taken away, taken in, handed in the uniforms. They're all gone home. They're all civies now. They're on pension or whatever it is, and their battalions don't no longer exist. All the SADF units were confined to barracks. They were not allowed out of the bases that they were in Southwest Africa. All of the helicopter gunships were no longer allowed to have guns fitted. They were just helicopters. They weren't gunships anymore. And the only armed elements that were allowed out of base were the SWAPOL, the Southwest Africa Police. And they had a SWAPOL tin unit, Tieninsurgentie unit. In the army we called it Tain. In the police they called it tin. Now the Southwest Africa Police tin units were at that stage actually Kufut. Kufut had been disbanded in terms of this thing as well. There was no longer a Kufut. But all those people who served in Kufut were now in SWAPOL tin, and they were patrolling. But although they were able to patrol in Caspers and things like that, the heavy guns had to be removed. So they basically just had rifles. And they were allowed out of base, and they were patrolling and maintaining law and order and so on in the rural areas and so on. And in terms of this, a United Nations Transitional Assistance Group, UNTAG, would come to Namibia, to Southwest Africa. And this multinational force would be placed on the ground, and they would look after the security situation in Southwest Africa. They would ensure that security was maintained in the territory. But UNTAG was hopelessly behind schedule. They were not in position. There were not enough of them that had arrived yet. They were still trying to get them from the various countries that they were supposed to come from. They didn't have their vehicles in place. They didn't have their logistics system in place. They just didn't have anything. They weren't there. So everything had been withdrawn from this operational area where all the fighting had been taking place for 23 years. But there was nothing there except a handful of ex-Kufut policemen. That's the only people that were there, and all they had were rifles. And that night of 1st of April, 31st of March going into the 1st of April, between 1,000 and 2,000 heavily armed SWAPO insurgents crossed the border from Angola. And they were immediately, because I mean, the Kufut guys, they knew exactly what was going on. They still had all their contacts in that area. They knew the area like the back of their hands. They immediately picked up that there were insurgents in the area. And they applied their Kufut tactics that they'd been doing all the time, and there were clashes. But now SWAPO was the heavily armed one, and the security forces had very little in terms of, and they couldn't call on gunships. There were no gunships around, and the aircraft were all confined to base. So there was no air support. They had armored vehicles, mine-protected vehicles, but the SWAPO guys had anti-tank grenades and so on, that they rifle grenades and so on that they could use, to which the Caspers were quite vulnerable, as I'd seen the day that I was sitting in the helicopter and they stopped a Kufut Casper right below us with a rifle grenade right into the front. So there were some very, very bloody clashes between SWAPO and SWAPO. The situation got so bad that the UN, who had their special representative of the Secretary General, who was there in Windhoek, they had no resources. They had nothing, and they are supposed to now, in terms of this agreement, they're supposed to maintain order. And of course, what SWAPO were trying to do was, the only base that SWAPO really established inside Southwest Africa in the whole of the war was at Umgulumbash, the very first operation that took place in the war back in 1966. And after that, they never again succeeded in establishing proper bases inside Southwest Africa. But they wanted to cross over and get as far into Southwest Africa as they could and establish bases. And then say, we've been in these bases all along. So, you know, we're allowed to be here now. You can't expect us to be north of the 16th parallel because we've been in this base all along. We've been fighting the war from here, which of course was nonsense. That hadn't been the case. There were no bases inside, but they were going to establish these. So the UNTAG they were in a dilemma. What are they going to do? They've got to now do something. They don't want to condemn SWAPO. I mean, SWAPO now flagrantly and openly violated the whole of Security Council 435's conditions. They'd flagrantly violated them. But the UN would not condemn them for it. They would not. It was politically correct to always place SWAPO in a positive light and always place the SADF in a bad light, the South Africans as a whole in a bad light. But now what do? They've got to restore order. These guys are running wild and they're causing all sorts of casualties, and it's really looking bad. So they eventually authorized. They had to. It's the only way they could get order. They authorized the rearming of the helicopters. And the SAF guys had to work overtime to try and install the guns in the helicopters again. And they agreed to they said 6 SWAT TF battalions can be remobilized. Now, the commanders and so on were South Africans, and they were up there. They had to now get hold of these people who were Wambus and Kavangus and so on, and they had to get them all together again and now issue them with uniforms and weapons and that wasn't going to happen overnight, because some of them lived far away and there weren't cell phones or anything. There weren't even ordinary telephones to most of these places. So it was a mad rush around to try and get these people together. And the fighting reached very high proportions. Eventually, 6-1 Mech, which had been confined to base, was permitted to be employed as well. The police were permitted to rearm their vehicles. And Chief of the Army's reserve at that stage was 14 Parachute Battalion Group. But we were in Pretoria. So I got called into the director of operations in the ops room in Pretoria at Blenny Underground. And I was told, you got to get 14 Paraban Group on standby to move immediately. So I said to them, 14 Paraban Group is in Luatla. They're participating in exercise Sweepslag. They haven't been sitting around on their butts. We've got them involved in exercise Sweepslag. Well, you've just got to make sure that you get them ready there. If we have to mobilize them, we'll pick them up in Luatla and we'll utilize them from there. So I got hold of Nick van den Berg. At that stage, 14 Paraban Group was no longer partly citizen force and partly regular national servicemen. It had become a national service battalion group. The operational battalion of 1 Paraban had been given to me. It caused a lot of unhappiness at 1 Paraban. But there were reasons why I wanted it like that, because 1 Paraban was very lax about getting the battalion group concept, which they should have got working years before already, but they just never ever got around to it. And we made sure that this was a proper battalion group. There was the 4 battalions of 4 companies. In fact, usually we only had 2 or 3 companies. But we had the companies of paratrooper infantry, we had a battery of artillery, we had a troop of anti-aircraft, we had a troop of engineers, and we had all the logistic support for this. But they were all deployed down in Luatla now. My brigade headquarters was still up in Bloemfontein. And I got hold of Nick van den Berg, who was the officer commanding 14 Paraban Group, and told him to get the battalion group on standby. And I said to him, you get the guys to Sishen Airport the moment I tell you, because if I hear we've got to go, we're going to have to fly down there, and we'll be flying from Bloemfontein to Sishen. I think it's only an hour and a half flight for the C-130s, so we'll be there quickly. So you make sure you're ready to move to Sishen Airport the moment I tell you. The SAF had also been warned to be ready. The SAF got 10 aircraft ready for us, C-130s and C-160s. 10 of them were waiting for us to move 14 Paraban Group and their equipment. But the SAF didn't have enough crews. You know, the war had now come to an end, and there were people whose contracts were coming to an end, and their short service or medium service, and it wasn't being renewed, and some of them had left and gone to service. The SAF were busy calling up ex-permanent force crew members to come back into service so that they could fly the aircraft that they had ready. In the end, they managed to get 8 aircraft ready. There were 6 C-130s and 2 C-160s that they got ready for us. And they were all waiting at Waterkloof. But of course, the crews were not all completely ready. They still had to be brought in from wherever they were, and some of them were flying for other companies and so on. And so it was quite a complex situation to try and resolve. I received the order on the 7th of April, which is now a week after the SWAPO incursion had started. And I'd been in permanently almost in Blenny in the director of operations in the ops room, and seeing exactly how the whole thing was unfolding. And director of operations said to me, "You prepare to go to the Kaukuveld. They estimate about 400 insurgents in the Kaukuveld. And the battalion that is normally based there is still busy trying to mobilize. They've got, I think they had one company ready, and they were busy trying to get the other company together. And so there were almost no forces in the Kaukuveld. And the director of operations says, I'm sending you to the Kaukuveld. So you prepare to go to the Kaukuveld. Send 14 Paraben group to the Kaukuveld. I got the order to go, to send them at 1600, the afternoon of 7th of April. The SAF then had to scramble to get people ready. I'd moved my whole brigade headquarters, my tactical headquarters, to the air supply unit, which was very close to Waterkloof in Littleton at Tech Base. And the guys had been sleeping there. I had my whole tactical headquarters there, and they were sleeping there. They were ready to go at a moment. Everything was packed and ready. They immediately, when I told them we've got to go, they started moving all the stuff to Waterkloof, and they started loading the aircraft. We were ready, but the SAF were only finally ready to be able to take off at 3 o'clock in the morning. So at 3 o'clock, the first aircraft took off. And it was still dark when they landed at Sishen, about an hour later or so. 14 Paraben group were waiting on the edge of the airfield. All their Yakkals vehicles were ready. All the equipment that they had, their heavy weapons, their anti-tank weapons, their machine guns, their mortars, everything was ready. The artillery battery was there with their whole battery of 120 millimeter mortars. Now, I'd been told that the 120 millimeter mortars would not go to Kaukuveld. They had to be detached from 14 Paraben group and sent to Oshakati to boost the defenses of Oshakati. They wanted the whole battery at Oshakati, because Oshakati still had lots of civilians living in it, including South Africa. All the South Africans who were permanently based up there, their families were there and so on. So the whole of Oshakati needed to be protected. And so these guys had to go. Now, what is important to know is that I had not been given an instruction to send my brigade headquarters. I'd been just told to send 14 Paraben group. And they would then come under command of Sector 10, which was under command of Commandant Chris Serfontein. But I looked at the situation, and I could see that this battalion in the Kaukuveld was going to be well under strength. It was going to be a very small battalion, probably a company plus, maybe 2 companies. And I knew Chris Serfontein was going to put my 14 Paraben group under command of this company. And that's an untenable situation. One commandant under command of another commandant, and the one who is under command has got the larger force. It just doesn't make any sense. And I knew that was going to be a problem. So I said to the guys, the brigade HQ, we're going. I also took with me a section of air suppliers tactical air suppliers who could do air supply from a Dakota aircraft and the equipment that they needed for that sort of thing. It was all loaded into the aircraft as well. When the first aircraft, which I was in, was a C-160, the first aircraft to land at Ndangwa landed at 0800. And I went with the pilot, Andre Dreyer, I think it was. We went and had a briefing from the SAF about the situation. How are we going to get to the Kaukuveld? I didn't go through to Oshikati to the HQ, but I did notify Brigadier Chris Serfontein that I am here and I've got my brigade headquarters, tactical headquarters, and we are ready to be utilized wherever you want to utilize us. So he said, no, go to Kaukuveld, which I thought was a good sign. So we went. Now, what was interesting here, we now have to carry out an air-landed operation from Ndangwa, where the other aircraft were all coming in, because they took off as soon as they were loaded at Sishen. And so they were coming in at short intervals and landing, and the troops were climbing out. And we had a company at Ndangwa as the fire force. It was a citizen force company from 4 Parachute Battalion. But they'd been confined to base, and they were still confined to base. So they were there to do fire force duties, but and these were citizen force guys who'd been called up, but now they can't do anything. They're just sitting there. So I indicated to Brigadier Serfontein that company could be attached to 14 Paraben Group, and it would just increase the size of 14 Paraben Group. He wouldn't do that because he wanted that company to stay there as his reserve. But he wasn't allowed to deploy them. So, it wasn't really a reserve. But anyway, that was his decision. The SAF briefed us on the situation, and the crisis that we had was that we had to go to Ihomba in the Kaukuveld, which is sort of south of Swartboys Drift, more or less, from the Kunene. And you can, from Ihomba, there are mountains around Ihomba, which I didn't like at all. And then you could see across the plain from Ihomba, you could see the Zebra Mountains, other side, which was the Kunene. The problem was that the airstrip at Ihomba, and the base at Ihomba was built like a little fort, and the airstrip was right next to it. But it was a dirt airstrip, and to all intents and purposes, the C-130s could not land there. The C-160 can land on a much shorter airstrip, and the aircraft is built to land on rough airstrips, unprepared airstrips. The C-130 can't do that. The C-130's undercarriage is very different. It's an internal undercarriage. The C-160's undercarriage is an external undercarriage. Looks like pods on the side of the aircraft where the undercarriage is. And the undercarriage is built for the French, and the Germans had built it for landing in rough areas. So it was an ideal aircraft for this sort of operation. But we only had 2 of them. We had 6 C-130s. So now, to carry out this air-landed operation, I'm going to have to shuttle the guys with the C-160. And what added to that was, because the airstrip was so small, we could only put 1 aircraft down at a time. That aircraft would have to land, unload the people, and then take off immediately before the next aircraft could land. So it was going to be a lengthy air-landed operation. We weren't going to bring in a whole fleet of aircraft and immediate, but it was in territory which was under threat from the enemy, and the Air Force were very wary of having to land at Ihomba, because it was known that these guys had SAM-7s, and they could possibly have shot down one of the aircraft. So it was a very dangerous situation. Anyway, the pilot and myself said, the pilot said, he's the one who had the knowledge. He said, well, let's go through. We take everyone on our aircraft. We go through and we land, and I'll inspect that runway. Maybe, just maybe, C-130s might be able to land there. Because, of course, he also flew C-130s. And so we went through, so less than a half an hour flight from Ondangwa to Ihomba. And he went right around and approached from the other side, approached from the west and not the east, which is the direction we'd come from. Flew very low so that he wouldn't be able to be identified easily by any insurgents. And he landed. And while they were unloading the aircraft, he and I went and inspected this runway. And he said to me, he thinks C-130 could land here. So I said, well, great, you go and speak to the squadron commander about it, and you try and persuade him. He's not going to believe me. So when the aircraft had been emptied, he flew back to Ondangwa. The second C-130 was already on its way to land. He spoke to his squadron commander, and the guy agreed. And the C-160 started coming in and offloading the guys. One aircraft at a time, which meant it took time. As soon as the troops were on the ground, the aircraft had not even all arrived. The first troops that were on the ground, we had Pumas and Alouettes and a Bosbok. And we immediately, as the guys got off the aircraft, we tasked them to carry out fire force ops. We knew where in the mountains the insurgents were. The battalion commander of that battalion had some of his troops deployed as OPs in the mountains, and we sent them out, and the fire force operations commenced even before all the troops were on the ground coming from Ondangwa. So the complete battalion group, and while this was going on, the artillery, of course, deployed to Oshakati and dug in their mortars and got themselves ready for the defense of Oshakati. But the total distance was about 2,300 kilometers from Bloemfontein to Sishen, from Sishen to Ondangwa, from Ondangwa to Ihomba. 2,300 kilometers, more or less. The complete battalion group was tactically deployed and in action 24 hours after being given the order to go. So I think that was pretty good. Nobody took any notice of it. I was a bit cheesed off. Ihomba was regarded as a sideshow. So the staff officers and so on at Oshakati didn't place much store on it, and they didn't keep us much in the know of what was going on. We had 2 days of fire force operations there at Ihomba. And then the Mount Etcho Declaration was issued. That was when the ceasefire was agreed on. And in terms of the Mount Etcho Declaration, there would be assembly points established all along the border. And I was contacted by Chris Serfontein, and he then told me that he's making me his representative in the Kaokoland for the assembly points, responsible for the assembly points. So I had to withdraw all the fire force elements of a 14 Paraban group back to Ihomba. And then I divided them up to, I think we had 3 assembly points. There was one at the Ipupa Falls. There was one at Swartboys Drift, and I think there was one other one. I can't remember just where. But anyway, these were the assembly points. And the intention here was that now these assembly points exist. There would be an UNTAG officer at each assembly point. And but the only forces that could man the assembly point were South African forces. And they said that FOPLA, the Armed Forces of Angola, would also send elements to the assembly points, so that it wouldn't just be an SADF assembly point, it would be an SADF and FOPLA together, this is each assembly point. And SWAPO was then asked by the United Nations to please go and report voluntarily at the assembly points. You will not be placed under arrest, but we want to put an end to all the fighting that is going on. But you people must go, and we will then move you back into Angola until all the withdrawals have been completed and so on. Well, the FOPLA forces never pitched up. I don't know what happened in the other assembly points, but the assembly points that I was responsible for, FOPLA never pitched up. We never saw them. The UNTAG officers arrived eventually after almost a week. They arrived there, no weapons. It was just a single officer at each assembly point. No weapons, no rations, no sleeping bag, nothing. We, from 14 Paraban group, we were pretty much self-sufficient. I mean, we had brought everything we needed for them to be able to deploy for weeks. They issued the guy, I remember there was a Malaysian UNTAG officer at Ipupa Falls. I was at Ipupa Falls at the time that he arrived, and he was brought in by helicopter. He got off the helicopter with nothing, just the uniform he had on. He had nothing else. That's how UNTAG sent him now. He didn't even have a sleeping bag. I just shook my head, I said to him, "What do you need?" He said, I don't know. He hadn't been told anything. He didn't have a clue. He was a major. He was a very nice fellow. But the UNTAG was a total disaster. They didn't have a clue. They were so unprofessional, so incompetent, so unprepared. Now, they've written books and things, some of their people have written books about it, in which they make all the excuses in the world and the reasons why they weren't able to be there and so on. That's fine. But they were the ones who oversaw the whole program and how it was going to be. They were the ones who decided on the timeline for everything to happen. And they weren't, we did everything. The SADF did everything. We provided this guy with rations. I had them fly out a sleeping kit for him, a stretcher, everything, absolutely everything. He was so embarrassed. He was embarrassed because he was in a difficult position, and he had to now try and defend the incompetence of the United Nations. But that was just the reality of the situation. Of course, everything you read about it that has been written subsequently denies all of this, and that actually UNTAG did a wonderful job and all the rest of it. My experience of UNTAG in that period, not the individual, because as I say, this officer was a very nice fellow, and he really wanted to do his job properly. They had no competence at all. We only got one SWAPO came to the assembly point, to any of our assembly points, and he came to the assembly point at Ipupa Falls, but he didn't come voluntarily. He was brought in by the Himba tribesmen, because the Himba tribesmen didn't like SWAPO. And because SWAPO was mainly Wambu, and the Himbas didn't like the Wambus. And so they caught this guy, disarmed him, and they brought him in. So he came to the assembly point. And outside of the assembly point was a police detachment. There were several Caspers there. And when they saw the guy being brought in, the policeman, I don't remember who he was or even what his rank was, but he came to the assembly point commander, who happened to be Nick van der Berg, the commander of 14 Paraban. And he said he wants that SWAPO guy. He wants him. So Nick came to me and he said, "Can I give this guy to the police?" I said, "No, you can't." He said, it's got nothing to do with the police. This is something that you are responsible to look after that guy, and the United Nations will decide what happens to him. So he went back and he told the guy, this police, I think he was he was a half colonel, lieutenant colonel, I think. Anyway, he blew his top and he demanded to see me. He came to see me. And he said, he demands that I give him that guy. I said to him, you don't demand anything from me. That guy doesn't go to you. He's my responsibility. He's not yours. I know what you guys are going to do to him if you get him. You are not getting him. He stays here with us. And we will detain him and we'll hand him over to UNTAG when they get their act together. And that's what we did. And this policeman, he said, he's going to speak to what was it? That Starkans Dreyer, was it? I think it was, yeah. He's going to speak to the General Dreyer in Oshakati, and I'll have to hand that guy over. I said to him, you can speak to the General as much as you like. Go and speak to him. I'm not giving him to you. And so they got hold of, he got hold of General Dreyer, and General Dreyer sent a full colonel out there to come and speak to me, because now, he wanted somebody my rank. And the guy came to me and he said, General Dreyer says you got to hand that guy over to these guys. I said to him, General Dreyer doesn't tell me anything. He's got nothing to do with me. Go and ask Brigadier Serfontein. He can tell you whether I think General Brigadier Serfontein would have liked me to hand the guy over, but he knew that I was correct in that action. So that guy wasn't handed over to them. We kept him and we gave him to the UN in the end. I don't know what they did with him, and I don't know whether they just released him or they sent him back to Angola and so on. But we were going to, as far as I'm concerned, we were going to maintain and keep the conditions of the ETU agreement. We're not going to be at fault with this one, but of course we weren't given any credit for that. So that's the way those people work. So I went back to South Africa after about 3 weeks. The battalion group stayed on longer, but by then there was no longer any real. I mean, the assembly points were then disbanded, and they were going into further discussions about what was going to be happening and so on. I had other things to do, so I went back to South Africa. I took the brigade tactical headquarters back. We'd done all that we could for that operation. Now the operation was over. There was a new Sweepslag exercise that was going to take place, and I needed to get involved in the planning. The Sweepslag exercise was big conventional exercises that were held at the Army Battle School. They utilized the paratroopers in support of the mechanized forces, which is one of the roles that the paratroopers can do. So I had no problem with that. But my job as brigade commander was to focus on the independent type of operations that the brigade could carry out. Doing a support to conventional forces was easy. There's no problems in that. But doing an independent airborne operation, that's the capability we had to develop. So I went back and I went to Sweepslag and I did the planning and so on. We had to do, the Arms Corps found some sort of new tires that they felt should be fitted to the Jakkals. So we did tests on the new tires that they got for the Jakkals. Of course, the one big thing about the deployment up in Kaokuland was that the Jakkals was now battle proven. It had been deployed in operations, and we had to drive around to the assembly points with all our stuff on the Jakkals. It was the only vehicles that we had up there. I can't remember. We had about 16 of the Jakkals, or might have been 18 that we'd taken along with us. So it was a useful little vehicle that we used up there. Of course, if it had hit a mine, it would have been the end of the Jakkals and everybody in it. But fortunately, we didn't have that sort of problem. We also, one of the other things that I did with a view to the amphibious operations, because Project Telljoy, the amphibious capability, was still on the go. It was still something I had to develop. And we looked at air supply at sea. And I arranged with the Navy and with the Air Force to do some air supply at sea. And we dropped a cargo that was just sandbags. It was just the weight. The weight was correct. We used pleds. It was dropped in in False Bay, and we used SAS Drakensberg as the amphibious assault ship that now had to be resupplied. And we learned some very, very important lessons with this lot, because I was on board the Drakensberg and we brought it in. Very easy to drop equipment stuff at sea, because it doesn't really matter where it lands. Once it's landed, you've got to pull in the the cargo, and we had to get the cargo properly waterproofed so that it doesn't, the cargo with the platform and so on doesn't sink. It had to have ballast on it. And that's what we did. I didn't want to lose parachutes though. So what we have when we have a pledge drop with a heavy platform, we have an uncoupling device so that the parachute opens and it comes down, the cargo comes down under the parachute. But when it lands, the moment it hits the ground, the canopy starts collapsing. It uncouples. Because we found that if you don't have that system, if there's a bit of a wind blowing and the wind catches these big 64-foot or 100-foot parachutes, it's like a spinnaker on a yacht, and it drags your cargo into the bushes and over the rocks, and you get major damage. So we had to have this system that activated the moment it hit the ground. The parachutes, the canopies were released, and then they would blow to one side. And you can go and collect them in the bush afterwards. But I didn't want them to blow out into the sea and we'd lose them in the sea somewhere. And, they'd get wet and they'd sink before we managed to go and recover them and so on. So I gave instructions to the guys, no release system on this one. They can it can't drag the stuff. If it drags the stuff at a distance, it's in the water, nothing's going to get damaged. So, but we don't want to lose those parachutes. Big mistake on my part. Because when they dropped the cargo, there was a bit of a southeaster blowing. And the southeaster just collected those, I think there were 3, I think they were 64-foot parachutes. But just filled these with air, and they were literally became spinnakers. And they started dragging this this cargo of sandbagged weights across False Bay. Now, False Bay's got quite a lot of sea traffic in it. And it was heading straight for Gordons Bay. The wind was blowing it directly towards Gordons Bay. And of course, at Gordons Bay, you've got dozens of these little yachts and boats and things that are anchored over there in the quiet waters around Gordons Bay. If this thing blew into that lot, the Defence Force would be paying millions to replace all of the, and I would be cashiered and court-martialed for what's going on here. And if it hits a bigger ship on the way there, we're going to be in huge trouble here. It was actually not a good idea to do it in False Bay to start with. But I don't take the blame for that. That was a suggestion of the Navy that we do it in False Bay. Anyway, I was responsible for not putting not having the uncoupling device on the parachutes. So we had to find a solution for this, and we put to sea in a little a motorboat from the, I forget what it was. Anyway, we chased after this thing, and we caught up to it. Now we've got hook knives, so we had to go into where the rigging lines were, and then we'd slash the rigging lines, as many of them as we could. And before the cargo, which is bearing down on us, gets to us, the boat's got to veer away again. And then we'll come up next to it again and try and adjust our speed and go in closer and go in amongst the rigging lines and slash rigging lines again. And then we get out of the way before. And eventually we got all 3 of the parachutes. We disconnected them and they blew away. Obviously they sank later. Fortunately, False Bay is quite big, and we were still a long way from Gordons Bay. But and we resolved the issue. But man, it was a very worrying situation. We did the air supply of the Ferret missile. Up till then we hadn't really perfected the fitting of the Milan missile to the Ferret. But we'd now perfected that, and we had to drop the Ferret and make sure that that it worked, because some stuff, just the G's that they pull when they are extracted from the aircraft, and when the parachute opens, it damages sensitive equipment. So we had to test these things and see if it worked. It worked beautifully. The Milan missile was no problem. The ferret with all the fittings landed with no problem, and we could fire the missile, and it worked very well. So we now had a very good anti-tank capability on our ferrets, the 106 and the missile, which we could combine for anti-tank use. Then we had another amphibious exercise called Vlakwater, which we did in Saldanha Bay. We moved the whole of 14 Paraben group down to Cape Town. We had other elements that we attached. The brigade tactical headquarters was again deployed. We were based at the Goodwood Showgrounds in Cape Town. And from there, we did our training. And a very good thing that took place there was the Marine Amphibious Company, the MAC, was also based at the showgrounds. And they were attached to 14 Paraben Group for command and control purposes, which worked very well. And it was good because it gave the paratroopers the opportunity to get to know the Marines, and the Marines likewise to get to know the paratroopers. And they established very good relationships, and there was a lot of mutual respect between them, and so it went very well. It was a very, very good period of training, and they worked together. We got pathfinders in an effort to really try and cement the work that we're trying to do to closer to one Paraben. One Paraben had a platoon of pathfinders. I persuaded them to attach the pathfinders to us as well, so we had them available. They weren't part of the 14 Paraben group. They fell directly under the brigade headquarters. And the Navy provided a tremendous capability to us. We had the SAS Emily Hobhouse, the submarine. We had the Special Forces that could do a recce for us of the area where the landing was to take place. We built in some airborne. We were going to put the whole force ashore from the ships because they gave us both ships. We had two amphibious assault ships, the SAS Drakensberg and the SAS Tafelberg. So we had more helicopters and more landing craft than what we'd had for Strandloper. And this was this made it really good. The Navy gave us 5 strike craft to provide us with naval gunfire support, NGS, and we did training in Simonstown with the Marines. And one of the things that I wanted all of the troops to do was they've got a thing that they use in Simonstown on one of the keys there, which is it's sort of a simulated helicopter cabin that's sort of open, and they strap you into that, and then they take this thing and they dunk it under the water. And when you're under the water, you've now got to undo your belts and so on, and get out and then swim up to the surface and so on. And they've got divers on hand just in case you take a bit long to come up, So every one of the troops was given this experience. Every one of the guys in 14 Paraben group, they all had to go through this. And the Navy were quite happy to allow this. So all the guys were dunked under, and they had to release, and they had to they had to get out and so on. So I think the guys were well prepared for the exercise when we finally did it. We did it up at Saldanha Bay. We used Danger Bay for the landing, which was done by the D-80 boats, the landing craft, and the helicopters. It was a night landing. There was a first light attack the next morning, for which we had NGS from the naval gunfire support from the strike craft, and we had close air support from the Impalas from Longabaan, Longabaan Weg, and so that was it went really well. because it's a big military training area around Danger Bay area. Then we did an airdrop of ferrets with their 106s and their their Milans, and the air crews jumped as well, because the scenario that we worked on was that the attack went in with the rest of 14 Paravan Group, and when they had taken the objective, they could only be withdrawn the following night, because we couldn't bring in the according to our scenario, we couldn't bring the ships in so close to shore in the daytime. They were too vulnerable for that. So we had to wait for nightfall before they could be withdrawn. But the enemy are now going to launch a counterattack, and we need anti-tank capability for the counterattack. We didn't need it for the assault, but for the counterattack to defend us, we needed that. So we sent them in by aircraft and by parachute. We dropped them there, and they had to de-rig their ferrets and then take them out and go and fight back on delaying positions to prevent the counterattacking force from attacking the amphibious force that had landed. And then the withdrawal by night from North Bay. We went to a different bay that we used for the withdrawal, and that was done by night. Again, we would have left the ferrets there, and we would have blown them up, and the guys would all have been withdrawn. And that's in fact what we did, except we didn't blow up the ferrets. So it was a very good exercise, a very, very good amphibious exercise. Lots of things that we'd learned during the one in Walvis Bay that we were able to apply here, and so we did lots of valuable stuff with that. And then while we were at sea, because then we had to go back to Simonstown for everybody to disembark, and so the ships both went out to sea, and we spent a day at sea, and they went around, and the next night we came in, and then they debarked. So the troops had a good time that they could spend on the ship, getting accustomed to being at sea and no land in sight and all the rest that goes with it. We did another air supply drop at sea. This time I made sure that the parachutes would uncouple as soon as the cargo landed, and we were able to recover the parachutes, and we recovered the stuff that the waterproof cargo and so on. And that was just a resupply drop that we did to build it into the exercise as well. And it all went very well. We had no major problems. The exercise was actually very successful on the whole. And then we went back to Pretoria. And I had a string of other activities that kept me busy. I was used as an interpreter for visiting South American dignitaries, high-ranking officers who came from South America. And so Anne and I were both pulled in there to do that sort of thing, which was a nice sort of aside that we could work on. I had to go out to do an exercise in the Eastern Sub-Theatre, the command and control exercise. So I didn't have to take large numbers of people with me, but I had to give my inputs during this command and control exercise. Because at that stage, we had the Southern Africa Theatre was divided into 3 sub-theatres, the Northern, the Western, and the Eastern. And the headquarters for each of these sub-theatres, should there be any action, conventional action against South Africa, these sub-theatres would be activated. Now, the Western sub-theatre really fell by the wayside. It was busy falling by the wayside because we were busy withdrawing from Southwest Africa, and Southwest Africa was the Western sub-theatre, was the headquarters was located in Windhoek. The headquarters for the Northern sub-theatre was located in Pietersburg, which is now Polokwane. And the headquarters for the Eastern Sub-Theatre was located in Nelspruit. And so I had to go through to Nelspruit and participate in the planning for this exercise. But then I was called into headquarters, at Army headquarters, and told I've got to prepare a contingency plan. It was called Operation Skydart. Now, Skydot was a very interesting operation. It would have been if it had taken place. It would have been probably the biggest airborne operation that South Africa would ever have done. It was the relief of Windhoek. Military intelligence were telling us that SWAPO was planning on short-circuiting the United Nations plan to hold elections in Southwest Africa. SWAPO was concerned that they might not win the elections. So they were building up a plan whereby they would seize power, because now there's no longer all the forces in Southwest Africa. The South African forces have been withdrawn. The SWAT TF forces have been demobilized again. For instance, 6-1 Mech had been withdrawn from the operational area and was now in Walvis Bay, which of course wasn't part of the new Namibia yet. So you had 2SAI, which was a battalion group, 2SAI group, and you had 6-1 Mech, which was a battalion group in Walvis Bay, waiting in case something should happen. But for the rest, there was nothing else. There were, I think, the last combat elements to withdraw from the operational area was our company of paratroopers from 4 Parabit, who hadn't been able to see any action during the whole performance up there. And then they were withdrawn and came back and demobilized and sent home. So they were the last combat elements out of the operational area. And the few that were left were confined to places like Walvis Bay or Uppington and so on. So there were no South African forces back. There was still a headquarters there, because the headquarters in Windhoek was supposed to oversee the withdrawal of all the different military elements that were left, logistic elements, the administrative elements, the closure of bases, all of that sort of thing. They had to oversee. So there were still elements left in, but they weren't allowed to wear uniform anymore, and they were basically just waiting to go home. So there was no South African force elements in Southwest Africa or Namibia. And we were told that should SWAPO seize power illegally, we know from our experience that we've had during Operation Merlin, which was the operation when we had to send up 14 Parabin group into Kookveld, and the whole overall operation of against SWAPO at that period was known as Operation Merlin. But we knew from that you can't rely on the United Nations. They will never say that SWAPO did anything bad. So they would find an excuse to justify SWAPO doing something like that, or they'll sit there wringing their hands and not knowing what to do, because that's about the one thing that the United Nations showed themselves good at. So we were told to now prepare a plan to retake Windhoek. If SWAPO seizes power and takes control in Windhoek, we 44 Para Brigade must retake Windhoek. And for that, they sent me and my SO1 Ops. At that stage, it was Les Rudman. The two of us were sent to Windhoek in civilian clothes, and we liaised with the headquarters at Bastion in Windhoek. And we had to now go and walk around Windhoek and do a recce of just how, we had to try and ascertain from the intelligence people and so on what the key places are. And it was pretty clear that the headquarters would be placed in, the SWAPO would to go for the seat of government, which would be the Tintin Palast, the Palace of Ink, that which was a sort of administrative place in. So we had to look for a way of taking Windhoek, taking control of Windhoek, and getting control of the Tintin Palast. And to do this, we worked out a plan. We went back to South Africa and we then went through a planning cycle, and we worked out a plan, And then we went back to Windhoek again, and this time it was myself and Les Rudman, my SO1 Ops, who I used as a chief of staff, and 2 battalion commanders. The one was the commander of 14 Parabon Group, which was Jet van Sail, Nick van der Berg, and Jet van Sail was the commander of 2 Parabon. And we called up 2 Parabon to do a camp, and ostensibly to do a training camp, and they did do training, but they were now available should we have to, over this crucial period, should we have to intervene in Southwest Africa. And it was it was a very interesting operation that we had to plan, because we had now two battalions, and we had a battery of artillery. And then we had pathfinders, and we had the SAP Special Task Force, because at that stage, Special Forces were not trained for hostage release, but the SAP Special Task Force was trained for hostage release. So they were attached to us for this. We would fly in with almost everything that the Air Force had, almost every aircraft, transport aircraft that they could put in the sky. The operation would be launched from Uppington, which has got a massive airfield, an airport, in fact. And we would fly in from there. Now, the force that we had was too big to be able to parachute everyone in. But we would parachute. We went in, we identified the DZs in around Windhoek. We'd taken photographs. We'd walked the distances. We'd seen every obstacle that could be along the way. I don't think any operation has been planned with as much first-hand information on the actual objective than was for that particular operation. And we would then also take the, I think it was known as the J.G. Strydom Airport at that stage, just outside of Windhoek. We would take that, and then we would land more troops by means of aircraft landing on the airfield. And from there we would drive them into, because we also ascertained there were vehicles there that we could easily get hold of, and we could drive them into Windhoek itself and help with the operations in Windhoek, because it's not very far. So this operation was done. We would have the pathfinders, and the SAP Special Task Force would do a free fall jump, because the SAP Special Task Force are all parachute trained, but not in static line parachuting. And the only free fall people that we had were the pathfinders. So the pathfinders and the SAP Special Task Force, they rehearsed, and the aircraft because the Air Force didn't want to give us one of the aircraft that we would be parachuting from. We needed all the aircraft that were available, all the Dakotas and so on for static line parachuting. But they gave us a DC-4 for the free fall. And so we rehearsed that out at Murray Hill with the police and the pathfinders all jumping together from the DC-4 and grouping with their free fall parachutes and so on. And this marvelous operation that we planned. And then in the meantime, 6-1 Mechanized Battalion Group would then leave Walvis Bay, shortest possible route. They'd come directly over the desert and head for Windhoek. And when they reached Windhoek, they would come under my command as part of the brigade. And when we went back with the 2 battalion commanders, we got Izan Bleibrand, who was the 6-1 commander at that stage. He came through from Walvis Bay. And there we sat in Bastion in our clothes, civilian clothes with ties on and all the rest, like a bunch of businessmen sitting around the table with all our maps and everything up and planning the whole thing. And then we did a presentation to the GOC of SWA, General Meyer, Major General Meyer. I must say he was totally disinterested. I don't think he thought there was any possibility of it taking place. But in Pretoria, they were very concerned, and they said we had to have this plan in place. Anyway, it would have been a wonderful airborne exercise operation if it took place. But in the end, SWAPO never tried to shortcut the election process. So it was never necessary for us to do it. And when the elections took place, SWAPO won hands down. So there we are. And to Paraben, while they were called up, and they were on standby for this operation, and we had done rehearsals for it with both 2 Paraben and 14 Paraben group, because we had the whole force out at Murray Hill. We had our own training area, and there were no security breaches or anything like that. 2 Paraben also used the opportunity to have a color parade where they were presented with their national color, because at that stage you had the regimental color and the national color. In the old days, it's a British tradition. In the old days, it was a regimental color and a Queen's color or a King's color that was presented. Now, instead of the King's color, we had a national color, which was basically a South African flag, but with fancy little frills and things around it and so on. And so 2 Paraben received their national color from George Mayring. And George Mayring was the deputy chief of the army at that stage. Just after that, he was appointed as the commander. So we utilized that call-up battalion for 2 Paraben very well. And eventually, they were allowed to go home because the elections took place and there was no problem. None of the things that Army headquarters had been anticipating or the Defence headquarters had been anticipating, none of those took place. And the last vestiges were withdrawn out of Southwest Africa, and it became Namibia. We had our annual water jump. We had a number of water jumps that we arranged. The brigade would, I used to sometimes do water jumps down in Nelspruit for all the paratroopers who lived in that area. I arranged a water jump on occasion for LARSA, the Legion Associated Airborne of the RSA, which was a group of old paratroopers who, they would come and ask me, and I had arranged a water jump for them as well. We developed something at the brigade which was we'd long felt the need for, and we were really, really pleased when we got it, and that was dummy paratroopers. We wanted to be able to drop dummies so that the enemy could look and say, yeah, they're dropping paratroopers over there, and they take all their forces and rush over there. And then when they get there, they're just dummies that have been dropped. So these dummies had to be designed, and we got Arms Corps to help us with this, and they, and then we used Timex small cargo parachutes or reserve parachutes and so on that we'd attach to the dummies. Parachutes that you can't use anymore in real life because they've reached the end of their expiry time, but they still work. And you put them on the dummy. It doesn't matter if the parachute malfunctions with the dummy. And these dummies were great. They were sort of they had a fold in the middle, so that they were in the sort of shape of a man. And from a distance, you'd see that they'd go out and they'd be hanging beneath the parachute. But unlike a piece of cargo that would come down without any movement at all, these things would, the hinge that was on it would sway backwards and forwards, and it would look like somebody kicking his feet or moving around beneath the thing. So unless you were nearby, then you could see that it was a dummy. But they were very effective, and so it was a great little bit of extra that we did. We had 2 Paraben had an honorary colonel, Butch Matthias, and he was great on fundraising for the battalion, for their regimental fund and so on. And he did a lot of fundraising. And one of the ways that he fundraised was every year he would have a jump. He was a keen member of the Turffontein Race Club. And every year he would persuade us to let them do a jump inside the racetrack. You see, the horses run all the way around it, but inside there's an open area. And so that Dakota would fly past and the paratroopers would jump out and so on. And I'm not sure how they made money out of it, but somehow he got, there was publicity for the Turffontein Race Club. The paratroopers got a bit of publicity from that. And he would invite a whole lot of the senior officers to come out and go to the races that day with him and lay their bets if they wanted to, and so on. I was never into that sort of thing, but it was a little aside that we were involved in. Then another highlight with us was for a long time I'd been wanting an engineer capability on the ground. When you've dropped your force on the ground, the engineers have got to provide mobility, or they've got to destroy the obstacles that the enemy puts up, which is also basically giving you mobility. But just a whole lot of troops who are trained on the ground, that's not good enough. You've got to have some sort of vehicular capability on the ground for them. And so we got a miscryer, we called it. The miscryer, I forget what the name is in English for that. It's the beetle the dung beetle. That was the name of this vehicle. It was a type of forklift truck sort of thing. It weighed 4 tons, and it was very good at if you wanted to take an airfield and use the airfield, and the enemy had placed drums of concrete and car wrecks and all sorts of things. They said aircraft can't land on it, because no aircraft can land if you've got stuff like that. You can drop paratroopers there, but the paratroopers want the aircraft to be able to land, because aircraft might have to take them back, or the aircraft's going to bring in reinforcements, or the aircraft's going to take out your casualties and so on. So you really need to have the runway operational. I mean, you're taking the airfield because you want the runway. But now, how do you move all the obstacles that the enemy places on it? So now we had this miscryer, this this forklift truck, and it could lift things and move them out of the way and clear the runway relatively easily. It'd be no problem for it to move car wrecks and all sorts of other things. But now we had to be able to parachute this thing. So we had to figure out a way to get this thing with the air supply go, which was now part of the brigade. And we did tests with that, and it worked beautifully. So we were able to drop the 4-ton combat tractor from the C-130s without any difficulty. I'd also introduced in the brigade. I'd already started when I was the SO1 Ops, but then I made a bigger thing of it when I became the brigade commander. Planning cycles, an annual short-term planning cycle, and an annual medium-term planning cycle. The short-term planning cycle addressed what we're going to do next year. The medium-term planning cycle addressed what are we going to do for the next 5 years. And we had to work on those things. And I'd get the whole brigade staff together, and we'd go off to a place like Vemby up in which is today called. It used to be a military area. It's now a national heritage site because of the excavations they've done there. And they found this little gold rhino, and there was gold mining done there by the tribes that lived in the area many centuries and so on. I just Mapungubwe, that's what it is. But it was known as Vemby in those days. And so we used to go up there and do planning up there where there was a facility that we could do it. Ramardo was a facility that belonged to the SA Army Foundation. It was a resort. And there was another place near Ellis Ross called Danyala, which was a magnificent private sort of game reserve. We'd go to those places, and we'd spend a week doing our planning there. And then I arranged every time that at the end of that, we'd go there, working there from Monday to Friday, doing our planning. And then, of course, I'd parachute the guys in. The guys we'd take off from our brigade headquarters, where we had a little airstrip by Dakota, with our kit and everything with us. We'd fly to these places, and then we'd parachute in. But then, of course, we have to be withdrawn. So we'd have to send vehicles up to be able to bring the guys back and so on. And I would get permission from Army headquarters for the families of all the guys who are busy doing this to go up in the vehicles that were going up. And when they got there, they'd spend the weekend there. And I'd arranged with whoever had the was in control of the thing, that they would give us a special discount for the families to come for the weekend. So we'd have our week of planning and then a weekend with all the families there, and the families loved that. It was game reserve areas. It was and they had swimming pools, and they had all sorts of things. Some of the places even had jacuzzis and all sorts of that. So the families just loved it, and it was a nice sort of treat to be able to arrange that for the families. Then there was another contingency plan called Overcast that we had to prepare for. And that was in Maputo. There was South Africa had relations with Mozambique, diplomatic relations of some sort. And there was a whole South African mission there. And there was a whole area in Maputo where the South African officials all lived. But the intelligence said there was a threat that they were going to. It was very unstable in Maputo, and it looked, according to intelligence, there was a chance that things were going to get completely out of hand, and we need to get the people out. And what if they cut off there and we can't get them out? So I was called in and told to prepare a contingency plan for this, and I had a force that they gave me certain elements to help me. I got a parachute company, a mechanized infantry company from one side in Bloemfontein, a special forces element, and the SAP special task force. And these were all placed under my command for this operation. And I had to work out how we would do this using the parachute insertion, mechanized link up, and so on. Not too big a force, but a force that could carry out a quick operation like this to get them out, because the mechanized force, of course, could get to Maputo very quickly because it's so close to our border. But the parachute force would actually parachute into the compound where the people were and provide protection for them until the mechanized force could get there, and then the mechanized force would help withdraw them all out. And we had additional helicopters from there. We had them on the south of Maputo, down at the Lake Sibaya area. I forget the name of the Mkuzi, I think it is. And anyway, it was a place down there that we would be able to fly people in. And I had to locate my headquarters and do presentations to the director of operations for this sort of thing. And we did some rehearsals. And it was an interesting little operation that could have taken place, but fortunately never had to take place. While I was the commander of the brigade, George Meyrung became Chief of the Army. And George Meyrung had a very different style to previous commanders. And one of the things that he did was, I think it was twice a year, I can't remember, once or twice a year. Maybe it was only once a year. But he would have a special team building expedition. And for that, he'd get together all the commanders who reported directly to him and his whole general staff. So it was all 9 territorial commands, all their commanders. It was, while they still existed, it was Walvis Bay military area. It was the 2 divisional commanders. It was the OC of the military college. The Army College, and then the OC of the 44 Para Brigade. So most of them were brigadiers and major generals. The only colonels were myself, the Army College commander, which at that stage was Roland de Vries, and Toby van Schalkwijk when he was the the OC of Walvis Bay military area. But when that was eventually given to Namibia, then he was no longer that. We didn't have that anymore. This whole group, plus all the brigadiers and major generals who were part of the general staff, George Mayring would task one of the commands, the territorial commands, to arrange this expedition for him in their area. And we would all get together, we'd fly to wherever it was taking place. I went on 2 of these. The one was up in the Drakensberg in the Limpopo, what's today the Limpopo province, up in then far north of the Transvaal, where we spent 3 days traveling around in the mountains. The other one I went on was in the Eastern Cape. Now, I know he did others in the Richtersveld and various other places. In the Eastern Cape, we went around the southern Drakensberg, and you'd camp out at night, and all using 4x4 vehicles, and he'd divide you into syndicates, four-man syndicates, 4 of you in a vehicle, 1 driving and the rest sitting there as passengers. At the start of the day, he would give you a problem. It's a problem that the army is faced with. One of the things the army has got to make some sort of decision about. And then during the day, while you're traveling through this magnificent scenery and so on, the 4 of you have got to discuss it. And you've got to make your recommendations on how this should be resolved. And then that evening, when we all get together around the campfire, then each syndicate's got to present how they think this problem should be addressed. And then George Mayring would give his inputs and so on. And it would give him good ideas and a lot of lateral thinking taking place and so on. But I don't know of any other chief of the army that used that particular system. But I thought it was a very good system, and it enabled you to get to know some of these senior officers, and that was sometimes not such a good thing because it was quite a disillusionment in some cases. But in others, you gained a lot of respect for the individuals, for their capability and what they could say and so on. You got to know them on an informal basis around the campfire at night and so on. So, that was an interesting thing that George Mayring used to do. We held a special symposium, a sort of conference called Paratrooper 2000 in Bethlehem, sort of a neutral area. And we got 1 Parabin and 44 Para Brigade. We got our staffs together, and myself and James Hills, who was the OC of 1 Parabin. And we sat there, and at Paratrooper 2000, we looked at where the paratroopers going and what should they look like. And by the time we get, because this was around about 1990. And now in 10 years' time, where are we going to be? What must we look towards? So, it helped us to think ahead and to broaden our thinking and to start thinking together as the 2 parachute organizations, 1 Parabin and 44 Para Brigade, which were still completely separate and had very little to do with one another. There were lots of formal dinners that were held by the units that I would have to attend, which was great. I enjoyed those. I always enjoyed the formal dinners. Then I was pulled in by Roland to join a group of people that he had selected down to take down to the Apostles Battery in Cape Town on the Atlantic seaboard side. Old guns, naval guns that had been positioned up in the mountains there, looking out over the sea from the relics from the Second World War. There were nice facilities up there, and we sat up there and we worked on a command and control manual for the army. Now, Roland played a big role in that, and he was very much into command and control. So we did a lot of discussion. I can't remember how long we were together there, but it was quite a fruitful, quite a productive time that we spent together, trying to figure out how command and control should be sorted out, the problems that we were facing with command and control. One of the things that I arranged was to take the civilian bosses of my citizen force commanders and their RSMs and other senior NCOs. These guys, I was constantly calling them up and getting them to do things, and they would have to take time off of work. And so it was something that had actually been initiated by Archie Moore before me, and it's something that I carried on with. You bring those guys together, and then you take them somewhere, up to Messina. And then they get briefings there, and we take them to the Bight Bridge and to the electric fence, the sisal fence, and we show them the border, and we show them that they get told what the problems are, so that they can see. And preferably we would take them when we have some of our troops deployed in the area. And we give them a parachute demonstration and some other demonstrations, and show them weapons and the landmines that are being planted in the area, and take them maybe to the Hoedspruit Air Force Base, and show them all sorts of interesting things, so that they can see that these guys, when they are called up, that they don't just sit around standing guard or sit in the pub all the time. They're actually doing important and productive things, and we found that made a huge difference. The guys were they became very supportive of their guys when they could see what their guys were actually doing when they were called up. And then in 1990, we held exercise Iron Eagle 90, which consisted of 3 parachute battalion group, because essentially I had divided the brigade into 3 parachute battalion groups, so that when 3 paraban was called up, those elements of the artillery, the engineers, the ACAC, and so on, that would normally deploy with them, they were also called up, so that they did their training in battalion group context. And this was a big airborne exercise that I did with them. There was a daylight rehearsal, and we used special forces as pathfinders. Not that we didn't have pathfinders, but I was also keen to build up relationships with the special forces and to involve them in some of the things that we were doing. And pathfinding was something that they could do very well. So we dropped them at night with some of our guys to lay out the DZs for us. I invited the Chief of the Army and the Sergeant Major of the Army as observers, and they came along, and they slept in the veld with me and other brigade headquarters personnel. It wasn't a brigade exercise, it was just a battalion group exercise. But they were on the DZ when the drop took place at night, and they walked along for there was a night march of 12 kilometers to the objectives, and then the attack on the objective. They walked some of the way, and then I took them by vehicle, and we slept out in the bush. It was on our training area, because we didn't have the money to do this one further afield. So we tested whatever we wanted to test, quite close by. And when the attack went in the next morning, I had a special platform built that had view over the objective area, and he stood up there with me, and I explained to him exactly what was happening and so on. And after that, there was a defense, and they had to fire a deliberate defensive fire plan, and then we closed the exercise with that. It's a very successful exercise. We dropped 500 troops all at night. We dropped 6 ferrets and 18 Jakkals vehicles, also all at night. We dropped the combat tractor again. We dropped anti-tank weapons, heavy machine guns, mortars, ammunition. We dropped medical equipment. We dropped rations. So it was a major drop that took place, and very successful. We had no malfunctions, no major injuries. A couple of guys got minor injuries, but there were no major injuries with the drop. But it was an excellent exercise, and it went very, very well. There was also the Mamba 2x4 vehicle that we were informed about and asked if we would evaluate it. So we took some of them up to being produced by Arms Corps, and by Mechem, I think. Yeah, it was being produced by Mechem. Forearms Corps, I think. But anyway, we took them up to the Limpopo Valley, and it was dry season, so we were able to test them in the sand on the Limpopo riverbed. They were working it on the basis of the tractor. A tractor is a 2x4 vehicle, but a tractor can go almost anywhere. So let's build some of the tractor characteristics into this Mamba vehicle and use that. They were reasonable, but they weren't quite what we wanted. So, you know, in the end, they gave up that project and they stuck to the 4x4 vehicle. It's just that this one, if they could have made a success of the 2x4, it would have been a heck of a lot cheaper to produce. But anyway. Then we did what I felt was going to be the first brigade size exercise. But we do it in skeleton form. And then at a later stage, I wanted to do a full brigade exercise with the troops, but I wanted to iron out problems with a skeleton exercise first of all. And we called it Exercise Leviathan. You know, after the Leviathan, the sea monster that is mentioned in scripture. Because we were going to be doing this one in a watery area. And we did it in the St. Lucia area, where the military had access to, you know, missile firing range and that sort of thing. The Air Force provided us with Super Freelon helicopters. It was the last time the Super Freelon were used. They were about to be taken out of service. And their last use was they were attached them to us for this exercise. We had 2 skeleton battalions. In other words, we had the battalion headquarters, tactical headquarters, and instead of a full company, we'd have one person representing each company with a radio, and they'd move to where the company would actually be for the purposes. In some cases, we took it down to platoon level as well, so that it was basically command and control, but we were actually on the terrain where we were doing it. We had the brigade tactical headquarters overall. I deployed the brigade main headquarters at I can never remember these names, but it was a place where there is an airfield just south of St. Lucia. And we had a skeleton regiment of artillery, light artillery. So instead of a troop of artillery, they'd have one mortar. And but they had the command and control, the radios and so on that we could utilize. And the artillery were dropped by parachute. They went in by C-130 at night. The 2 battalions and the anti-aircraft, an anti-aircraft troop and an engineer troop, they went in by Super Freelon helicopter. And the idea was the Navy couldn't lend us a ship for the amphibious side of it. So we simulated that the Super Freelons had brought us from the ship and placed us in right next to the lake, the St. Lucia Lake. Between the lake and the sea, there was a dense forest. And they placed us inside this forest. And we did the final planning and the issuing of orders and so on inside the forest. And then we moved out of that at last light. And we had to cross a section where there are 2 parts of the lake that are joined by a narrow channel of water. And we had to cross that channel of water, and then engineers had to get us across. So they set up a pulley system by which they could transport the Yakal's vehicles across. And all the guys could get across without having to go, because I mean the crocodiles and hippos and all the rest in the lake. So you know we had to be, and the mosquitoes drove us crazy. I mean the mosquitoes were like they blanketed us at night. It was really a terrible situation with mosquitoes. But we had quite a long walk to the area where we were going to carry out the attack on the missile range. And then we had strike craft providing NGS. We couldn't see them, but they could fire from the sea over to where the 76 millimeter gun is not really suitable for NGS. It's not really the right sort of gun for NGS. It's not a howitzer type gun. It's a more of a direct fire gun and so on. But we used it, and the Impalas provided us with close air support. They came up from Durban and they provided us with close air support. And then we had the artillery, and we had we utilized the pathfinders. The pathfinders did. They led the force through from the forest where we had this temporary base where we had the force, and then we moved following them at night to the crossing of this channel, and then to where we'd actually set up the brigade headquarters and carry out the attack. And we set up a fire support coordination center with the artillery battery commander, or regimental commander there, right next to the brigade HQ. We had 2 Yakals command vehicles, one for the fire support coordination center and one for the brigade HQ. And they were right next to one another. And we had an Air Force guy as a MAYOT, and we had an MNOT, a mobile naval operations team, where we had a gunnery officer there who helped coordinate the naval gunfire and the close air support. And we had some weather problems, and so things couldn't always go in the right way that we wanted them to. But on the whole, we were able to test the concept very, very well. I invited Chief of the Army again, and he came along as an observer. He was flown out when he arrived at our main headquarters, which we'd left at the airfield. He was issued with a parachute smock and a parachute helmet and a sleeping bag, and then he got onto a Super Freelon. The Super Freelon brought him out to where the brigade tactical headquarters was deployed, where we could just see the objective in the distance, and the artillery were right over to a few kilometers away on another side, and there were 2 battalions on 2 sides, and then he was there for when the actual attack went in. And he slept the night with us, and that's something that I really appreciated about George Meyring. He was the only chief of the army that I knew that did this sort of thing, and he did it readily, and he had no problems at all. When the helicopter offloaded him and he came to see me and so on, and I said to him, General, welcome. We're pleased to see you here. That bush over there, you can roll out your sleeping bag underneath that bush. That's where you'll be sleeping. You're welcome to walk around, sir, and ask any questions you like. Just don't go there and don't do that and so on. He accepted it all, and he paid careful attention to everything and made lots of comments and so on. And what I really appreciated with him was that the next conference that we held, because he was my boss. I mean, I had nobody between him and me. And I only saw him 2 or 3 times a year. That was all. So I was, very much an independent commander. But the next conference that he had, he said to the other guys, he said, you people need to take a few lessons from 44 Parachute Brigade. Your headquarters are too big. You want to see the size of the headquarters they had when they were deploying 2 battalions and an artillery regiment at St. Lucia. That's the size headquarters you got to learn to work with. Because, the mechanized forces, the trouble is when you've got vehicles, you keep getting bigger because, you can. You can just add another vehicle. When you've got an airborne force, you can't get bigger. The aircraft can only take so much, so you've got to fit into that. So we had 2 command vehicles, two little jeeps with fitted with radios. And that's all. And that was both one for the command for the brigade headquarters, one for the FSCC, and that's how we had to work. And you had to make it work that way. There wasn't any other way that you could make it work. So I was chuffed with that. It went well. It was a very, very good exercise. We rehearsed many things that we sorted out a lot of problems, and I felt at the end of that we're now at the point where we can actually run a proper brigade-sized exercise, where we can think in terms of putting a battalion group down by air and a battalion group can land from the sea, and we can actually run a brigade level exercise with this force. And I felt that the whole Project Telljoy had now reached a very good level in terms of developing a proper amphibious capability for the Army. Unfortunately, we ran into budgetary constraints, but I'm going to get onto that in a moment. This is because that affected far more than just Project Telljoy. Then we were involved in another project, which was which the brigade was tasked to do. It was called Project Boulder, and we were tasked to train an intervention regiment for the Republic of Zaire, Mobutu's little kingdom that he had up there. I mean, it was the biggest kingdom almost the biggest kingdom in Africa, but you know, it was a bit of a joke. But anyway, the politics aside, you know, we got the task, we got to train them, so we got to train them. The engineers had been sent up there and had prepared a base and rebuilt an old Belgian base that had fallen into disrepair. They rebuilt it and made a very, very, very good job of it. And this was going to be the base near the mouth of the Congo River. And this was where we were going to now train this intervention regiment. The troops had all been trained as paratroopers, and we had to train them one company at a time. And that's the way it would go. So we were sent up to, I went with a whole team of guys up to Zaire, to Kinshasa, and we met with senior officers and so on there. And then we moved over to the area where we'd be doing the training, and we did a proper investigation of that. And then we went back to South Africa. We flew up on a commercial airline, and I think it was Air France. And we, you know, we wore civilian clothing and so on. But of course, the guys, the Zairans all knew who we were. So while we were in Kinshasa, we were having discussions with the headquarters, the Zairean Army headquarters and so on. There was we were staying in a hotel. So this one particular day, it was a very nice hotel, the Continental Hotel. And so on this one particular day, I decided I want to take a look around Zaire, around Kinshasa. So I asked a couple of the other guys if they'd come with me, and yeah, they said sure. So we go walking around the streets and went to the river frontage, because that Congo River, you cannot believe how wide that river is. If you stand on the Kinshasa side and you look across to Brazzaville on the other Congo on the other side of the river, it's like kilometers away. You know, it's an enormously big river. You just can't believe the size of it. Anyway, and then, you know, we walked around in the city and so on, very poor conditions, falling apart, really looking terrible and so on. And I get down to the, near this sort of harbor, and there's a naval base there. But now, you know, we weren't interested in a naval base at the harbor and so on. We're looking at what's going on over here. And here the street vendors are busy selling meat. And amongst what they're selling is what they call bushmeat. And that's basically monkeys. They catch the monkeys and they skin them and they dry them and they stretch them out on with sticks and things. And then they sell them on the side of the road there. And, you know, it looks awful. But anyway, I thought this is interesting, you know, so I took some photos. These people got very upset. Now they want to be paid because I take them photos. But of course, they all speak French. So you know, to me, they all spoke French, and I don't speak any French. So anyway, and in one of the photos there, I managed to get all my photos back. But in one of the photos, you can see some military boots in the one corner of the photo. There is a policeman. A policeman accosts us. He wants to know what we're doing. No, we're just looking and taking photos of him. tells us we're not allowed to take photos. This is a naval base over here, and it's a restricted area. We must go with him. So I think there were 3 of us. So now the other guys they're not happy with me having got them into this sort of trouble, you see. So one of them was Quibus Simon, my good friend. But anyway, so this guy takes us into a building and up the stairs and into an office. Now he starts demanding. He says, "Give me the camera." I said, "No, I'm not giving you the camera." But I play dumb now. I obviously I know what he's saying, but I say, "No, I don't understand I can't understand you." But now he wants the camera. He wants the film. So I said, "No, I'm not going to do that." And it starts getting quite heated. And now we're beginning to realize, and the other guys are saying to me, give him your camera, man. Give him your camera. Let's just get out of here. And there's guys behind the desk, and the guys are looking threatening, and now we're caught up over here. And these policemen are, probably if I pulled out some money, they may have let us go. But I didn't have any money on me, but I don't want to give them my camera. I've taken a whole lot of photos. I want to keep my photos. The next minute, the door bursts open and a woman walks in, a white woman, an American. And she strides over to the desk, and a whole barrage of exchange between her and the policeman in French. I can't follow any of it. I don't know. And they have a real to-do over there. And she turns around to us, because she's ignored us now. She's just come in. And now I'm wondering, who on earth is this, And she turns around to us, and she speaks, but in a strong American accent. She says, "Take your film out of the camera and give it to him." I said, "I'm not doing that." She says, "You're in trouble. You want to get out of here alive? Do as I say." Then when she said that to me, I realized this is trouble. And she was speaking with authority, this woman. She says, if you want to get out of here alive, do exactly as I say. Take the film out of the camera and give it to him. So the other 2 guys look at me and they say, "Mac, doen it, man, doen it." So I wound up the film and took it out the camera, handed it to him. So she says, "Now listen, and listen carefully, all 3 of you. You're going to go out of here, down the stairs. My car's parked outside. You get into the car with me. You don't look left or right. You don't speak to anybody. You don't say anything. You keep the windows closed. And you don't speak until I tell you to." So we did it. And when we get downstairs, there's a whole mob of these guys that I took photographs of. They were shouting and performing and yelling, and I've got to pay them and all the rest. And she's got a 4x4 vehicle parked there, and she hops into the driving seat, and we all hop into the thing, and I jumped into the front seat next to her. And she drives, the crowd are all banging on the windows and so on, and she drives through them and out into the street and over the potholes, and we're gone. I said now we're there in civvies and top secret and all the rest. I said to her, where are you taking us? She said, "I'm taking you to the Continental Hotel." So I said to her, how do you know that's where we're going? She says, "I know where you're going. I also know where you come from. You're from South Africa. And you 3 are all colonels." So I thought, well, what is going on here? Who? So I said to her, "You mind telling me who you are?" She said, "You don't have to worry who I am." And so she stops in front of the hotel, and she takes out a card and gives it to me. She says, my name is Nanette Krieger. I'm with the American Embassy. 2 days' time, you come to the American Embassy and speak to the Marine on guard there. He'll give you your film back. I said, do you mind telling me what's going on? She said, I'm not telling you anything. Got in her vehicle and she's gone. I've still got the card she gave me. There's no doubt that she was CIA. I mean, there's no doubt at all about that. But she was very authoritative. She was in control of the situation. She knew what to do and she knew what the dangers were. And she knew everything about us. She knew everything about us. There was nothing secret about it at all. The Americans knew exactly what was going on. I said to her, and she said to me in 2 days' time, I said, how do you know I'm still going to be here in 2 days' time? She says, I know when you're leaving. I would venture to say that was the first time I encountered real military intelligence, because she knew what she was talking about. Quite often, the guys that I dealt with in our intelligence, they want you to think that they know what's going on, but they didn't have much of a clue. It was all guesswork. This woman knew exactly what was going on. There was nothing that she didn't know about us. Now she knew that we were there, had been captured by those guys and being interrogated in their office, but they knew her. They knew who she was, and they were frightened of her. They wouldn't have tried anything with her. So that was my little adventure with the Zairans, and it wasn't really an arrest, but it was pretty close to that. And then after we came back from this big the recce that we'd done, and we came back to Kinshasa before we were due to go back, we were taken to attend a big parade. It was 30 years that Mobutu had been the president of Zaire. And he held this huge, big parade over there. And, there I saw how an African dictator ensures that his military won't depose him. They had brigades coming past. They'd have a commando brigade trained and equipped by the Belgians. Then they'd have a parachute brigade, trained and equipped by the French. Then they'd have an armored brigade, trained and equipped by the Israelis. And then they had some other brigade was trained and equipped by the Russians. And so he had all these brigades, but none of them could function together. They all had different vehicles, different weapons, different everything, different uniforms. They could never have worked as an army. He had this great big force. He had a presidential guard. I forget who trained the presidential guard for him. But all of these guys going past, one after the other, one brigade after the other. It's this big grandstand that we had looking down on the road where all these guys came past. Where they got the money from for all of that to have those forces and to hold a parade like that, I don't know. Anyway, we had we did the delivery of a training team by C-130, flew them up there. But not a very big training team, but I had a major in charge of our pathfinders, a permanent force major, Paul Troll. He was in charge, and I put together a good group. I've got some from one paraben as well, a group of instructors. It was a 2-month deployment that they'd be training this company, and then they would come back, and then we'd be tasked at a later stage to send another team up and train another company and so on. And of course, the problem was I had to train these guys, and they all spoke French, and our guys spoke English and Afrikaans. So, how are they going to do this? But I had a trick up my sleeve. I had a captain in the brigade, a citizen force captain, who his parents were French, and he was fluent in French. Hervé Lelagadec. And he was a great guy. And I said to him, look, I want to do this with you. Can you get away for 2 months? He said, I'll make a plan. Colonel, I'll make a plan. I want to go on this. So we sent him up there, and he was the instructor. I sent a technical team up with as well to maintain and look after their vehicles. And I sent them with Yakkals vehicles and so on, because everything that we could fit into a C-130, we took up for them. And then we flew up and deployed them there. I had an unpleasant little issue there, not in Zaire, in South Africa. We had to all have passports, you see, and official passports. And this was all arranged, and most of the guys had their stuff and so on. Now, I'd applied for my official passport through the guys who, the Directorate of Foreign Relations in the military, who look after all the military attaches and that sort of thing. And there was this colonel who, he was one of these guys who had been or would be an attaché at 4 or 5 different countries in his career. That's all he really did. He had a background in administration. How he got into this particular job, I don't know. But anyway, he was supposed to arrange this thing for me. And when we were running out of time, and I got hold of him and sent a message to him and said, I need my passport. We were leaving on a Saturday night to fly up to Zaire, and there was no passport. I still didn't have a passport. And I phoned, and I eventually got hold of his home number, and I phoned him at home. The guy was blind drunk, and he couldn't tell me where my passport was. So now, the Department of Internal Affairs, Home Affairs, they now had passport control guys at the that they'd taken to Waterkloof Air Force Base, and they had stamped everybody's passport when they left. Now I go to them and I explain to them what the problem is. The guy says, no, if you don't have a passport, you're not going. That's it. So going with us on this trip was Brigadier Dick Lord from the Air Force, fighter pilot, who'd served in the Fleet Air Arm and flown Phantoms on attachment to the US Navy, and a really great guy. And I'd had some very good experiences with Dick Lord. And Dick Lord says, unfortunately, he's passed on now, but he was really a great guy. And so Dick calls me aside and he says, Mac, make a show of saying goodbye to everybody and then leave. When you get outside, don't let anybody see you. Sneak in around the other side of the building. Go around to the runway, get on the aircraft, and hide in the aircraft. We'll sort this out. So I said, thank you, sir. So I made a big show of it, and I said, well, guys, sorry, I'm afraid I can't go with you. These customs officials, they won't let me go. I wish you well. I hope it all goes well with the trip. Cheers. See you when you get back. Just do a good job and all the rest. And so I went through all the motions, you see, and this customs guy is looking at now. You can see there's something fishy going on here. But he doesn't know what it is. Anyway, so I wave at them and I go out and I walk out to the car park. So he can't follow me because he's, still busy working with all the other people inside there. So I duck around and out through the gate on the other side, and I pass the guards and into the. It's nighttime. It's Saturday night. It's dark, and I go all the way around, and the C-130 is standing there, and it's loaded right up to the top with all the stuff that we're taking with us. So I climb into the C-130, and I climb up into the stuff and right up onto the top, and I bury myself down amongst all the stuff, and I sit there and I wait. And a little while later, the guys all come out and they climb in the aircraft. And now I can't see what's going on. I can just hear it going on over here. But the guys tell me afterwards, this customs guy comes out to the aircraft and he says to them, if that guy is trying to sneak on board this aircraft and go with you, I'll see that he goes to jail. Anyway, he walks around and looks at, apparently that's what the other guys said, but he couldn't see anything, so he pushed off. And so I stayed where I was until the aircraft took off. And once the aircraft took off and was in the air, then I climbed up out of my hiding place and climbed down from all the stuff over there. And the guys laughed because they didn't know that this was that I was doing this, you see. They laughed when they saw me. They thought this was a great joke. Anyway, so we went through and we delivered the guys, and I had no problem in Zaire. When the first of their military guys who came to me, I said to him, look, if we got to go through customs anywhere, I haven't got a passport. He said, it's not a problem. You don't need a passport. So that wasn't a problem. The problem was going to be when we get back. So we did the delivery of the guys. That all went well and so on. And we flew back, Dick Lord and myself and one or two others in the C-130. Dick was just coming along to see what it's all about, how the thing takes place and what happens to the aircraft and so on. Because he was based at Air Force headquarters at that stage. He wasn't with a squadron anymore. I mean, he was a brigadier at that stage. And so when we get back to Waterkloof, we land. Now I was chatting to the pilots, and we've sorted this sort of thing. And so we land, and we take a turn around, and now we've got to go and stop right in front of the movement's position, and the aircraft comes taxiing along. And so the flight engineer opens the one side door for me on the far side of the aircraft, and the aircraft's going slowly now, you see. Chucks my bag out, and he says, cheers, sir. And I hopped out onto the runway, you see. And the aircraft goes by. I grab the bag, and I run off into the shadows, and I hide there. And the aircraft taxis or continues taxiing and stops there. The jolly guy's waiting there. He's waiting there, and he goes straight to the aircraft. And he stands there and watches the guys get out. And he looks to see if he sees me there. And he apparently, he was determined. He was sure that he was going to catch me. Anyway, I went right around the hangars and so on, and I waited outside. And he stamped all the guys' passports and so on. And eventually he left, and the guys all left. And I hopped onto a vehicle with one of the other guys, and I went back. So I was an illegal immigrant for a little while anyway. And then after the two weeks or 2 months that they were over there, they had to come back. What we did was every Saturday, we would arrange for all the wives to come through to the headquarters. And then we'd get in my signals office, I'd get the signaller to make comms with them, because we had regular signals comms with them in Zaire. And they sent us sit reps every day as to what was going on over there. And they'd make comms with them. And the wives would sit there, and each wife would get an opportunity to talk to her husband on the radio, which was the wives really appreciated that, and she could share any problems that she's got and so on, and tell him what the other family's doing and so on. And then at the end of that, we had to go back to recover the guys, and Lieutenant General Joffel van der Westhuizen, he came with us to do take the parade and do the presentations and so on over there, and formally hand over the train company to the Zairans. We did a big demonstration. Paul Troll had arranged for the guys that they've now trained to do a big demonstration of an attack in this valley in the training area. Magnificent training area there, magnificent, tall grass, jungle, bush, tree, open plains. It was actually absolutely wonderful. And so he did this, and we had this beautiful view from the top of the valley looking down, and these guys did the attack, and it all went very well. They did it with live ammunition, and they were all very pleased. The chief of the Zairan general staff was there, and everybody thought this was just wonderful. Then we went into the base to have a parade. And before the parade, there was going to be a free fall jump. Now, I'd arranged to also jump with the guys, and the guys were just too pleased to have a C-130 there that they could jump from. So our C-130 was going to drop us, and we went to, and they had the Zairan free fall team, and then our free fallers that were going to jump. And we went up to, and we didn't jump with military parachutes. We jumped with, I think they were called Cody's or something like that. But it was a sport parachute, it was very maneuverable, very, very nice little parachute. And we went up, but the cloud base because it's right on the equator and the cloud base is so low and the clouds are always there. And, we sort of went up to about 3,000 feet, 3.5. You go to 4,000 feet and the clouds start closing in below you and you can't see the DZ. And you can't. So we had to jump very low. We basically were just clear of the aircraft, and then we had to pull our ripcords and open. That's the wrong past ripcords. We had a little puff that we used to throw to one side that got a pilot chute that pulled out your main parachute. And so now the guys are having the parade is down below, and they're all in the grandstands, and everything's taking place in the stadium. Now we're jumping into the stadium. Now, you know what happened to me last time I tried to jump into a stadium. But fortunately, we're jumping low enough now that, I could hardly miss the place. And the sergeant major who is in charge of our training sergeant major, Leviathan Peterson, said to me, he said, you go out with me, Colonel, and just follow me. Just follow me. So we jumped and popped our parachutes, and we went down, and I just followed behind Leviathan Peterson all the way, and he took me all the way down, right down to in front of all these people, and when I went down, but then I'm just not a great free fall parachutist. I come into to land, and I flare, but I flare too soon, and I come and I sort of lift up again, and I did that maybe 2 or 3 times. And by then I'm at the end of the stadium over there, and I see in front of me, and I'm dipping every time coming down, and the kids are coming closer. And fortunately, they scattered, and I hit the ground, and I was okay, but they had to scatter to make room for me to land over there. And then we all went through, and saluted the general, and he came on, and we all stood on parade there, and he presented each of us with a gift. And I got a beautiful statuette made of copper, which I've still got in my shelves here. It's a nice memento. It's a nice plaque inscribed in French. And then the bands played, and the troops that we trained came marching past, and it was all very nice. I'd taken along my whole brigade staff, the guys who were not involved in the training, just to give them the opportunity to go on a little trip like this and see what happens, and get to a foreign country like this. And my SO1 personnel, Piet Hubert, he had an incredible sense of humor. He's sitting there behind us in the grandstand, and this band is playing, and they were great with the drum majors who do all sorts of dances and flick the mace around and so on, and the people are all playing away on the thing. And at that stage, there was this band, BZN, which is quite a well-known, and a Dutch band. And BZN to Band Zonder Naam. These guys are, so he wouldn't have offended any of the Zahirans who were sitting around. He says, "Yeah, I've heard of Band Zonder Naam, but this is Band Zonder Tune." So that was quite a funny comment from our Piet. And then we withdrew the people, and we came back, and then everything went haywire, and everything was changing in South Africa at that stage, and we sort of broke off relations with Zaire because they were regarded as the bad guys, and there were money problems. So we were never called on to continue that. So we never finished training that regiment. We only trained one company. And so the rest of the program just sort of disappeared. It didn't. So I was approached by retired Lieutenant Colonel Ian Crook from the British SAS to find out whether I would be prepared to help them with the celebrations for the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the SAS in the Western Desert during the Second World War. I said I would do what I could. They had been hoping to do a parachute jump, but they had problems with aircraft and with parachutes and various other things, and nobody was prepared to help them. And of course, the SAS was never part of the South African Defence Force, so the SADF had no reason to help them. But I went to Special Forces and I spoke to them about parachutes. They eventually agreed to lend me parachutes for it wasn't a lot of people jumping, you know, it was, there were probably about 20 of them, I think, maybe a few more. I think we had two loads from a Dakota that we took up. And then I went to the Air Force to find out whether they would give me a Dakota. This celebration of theirs was in Walkerville, just south of Johannesburg, and it was on a little farm. I went to have a look at it and see what it was like and do a bit of a recce of the place. I was horrified when I saw the DZ that they'd chosen, because there was a copyright next to it, and it was a very narrow little DZ. There was no safe over and undershoot space and so on. So I thought I could make it work, but there was no way I could drop a full load from a Dakota in that little DZ. So I went to see Dick Lord at the Air Force headquarters, and Dick said to me, I said, can you lend us a Dakota for this? Can you make one available? He said to me, under normal circumstances, Mac, no, definitely not. He said, but for you, I'll make an exception. So he made a Dakota available. I think he was the officer commanding the Air Force command post at that stage, and you know, he made all those sort of decisions. So I got hold of the SAS guys. I took them out to their area, and I said to them, look, you've got an aircraft, you've got parachutes. I will provide dispatches and I will take the DZ myself. So they said, no, that's not necessary. We've got trained dispatchers and we've got, we can have somebody to take the DZ and so on. I said, no. I said, do you want to jump or don't you want to jump? If you want to jump, I'll provide the dispatches and I'll personally take the DZ. No other way, because I'm personally responsible for this. If something goes wrong, it's my head that's going to roll, not yours. So they agreed to it. And I had to limit the sticks. I think it was 4 or 5, maybe only 4 in a stick that I could drop there. There was no way I could drop 16 or 20 guys on that little DZ. And I took the DZ personally, so that, you know, no blame could be attached to anybody else. It was I would have to take the blame for this thing. And the drop went very well. The SAS guys had a wonderful reunion, a anniversary celebration there. They were all older guys, you know. They'd served in the Rhodesian SAS during their war. Quite a few ex-British SAS guys and so on. And they were very, very grateful for what I did. And the guys presented me with a Rhodesian copper plaque, SAS plaque, which I was very chuffed with. And then lo and behold, a few weeks later, I got Ian Crook came to see me and he said, this has been sent to you by the SAS Association in London. And they'd sent a magnificent plaque with the SAS badge on it and with a lovely inscription on the bottom. I was really, really chuffed with that. So, you know, it was a great, I was glad that I could help them out. And I was even more glad that nothing went wrong, you know, because if something had gone wrong, I would have been in for the high jump. Then I did a free fall jump of my own at one stage and did a very bad landing, and I cracked my wrist. So I was walking around with my arm in plaster for a while. But I soon recovered from that. And then one paraban had their 30th birthday. This was now 1991. My SO1 Ops, Les Rudman, had been appointed OC of one paraban. He'd taken over from James Hills. So he went down there. And he was there for the 30th anniversary. So I was invited to attend that. And the guest speaker, or the guy who took the parade at the 30th, was Jan Breitenbach. And so it was quite a unique occasion. I have actually seen a photograph that was taken there, but I don't seem to have a copy of that photo myself. But we had 3 colonels on the saluting days. Jan Breitenbach in front, who took the actual salute. And he's saluting in the old-fashioned way. And just behind him, Les Rudman and myself, the OC of 1 Parabin and the OC of 44 Para Brigade, we're both saluting in the new way, you know. So that was quite I must see if I can't find a copy of that photo somewhere, because it's quite a historic sort of photograph. And then there was a commemorative jump, and I was able to jump with Les and Jan Breitenbach and General Duplessis, who lives down in Bloemfontein, a former OC of 1 Parabin. And that was all very nice. I enjoyed that. At that stage, Dup and Jan Breitenbach were still talking to each other. I don't think that happens anymore. But on the other hand, Jan Breitenbach and I were still talking to one another then. So that doesn't happen anymore either, so unfortunately. But it was great to be able to jump with them. Jan, of course, is also a qualified freefaller, but at that stage he didn't feel that he was going to be doing any freefalling anymore. I mean, he was already retired by then. He'd put on uniform just for the occasion. He wasn't serving anymore. But I was able to do a freefall jump with some of my old friends, like Leon Groenewald, who'd served with me as a company commander at 1 Parabin, and Blikkies Blighnout, who was the guy who actually recommended that I be considered for commission. He was our informer during the escape and evasion exercise that we went on. So it was great to be able to jump with those guys. There were quite a few of an organization known as the Free World Paratroopers from Germany and France and a number of other countries. So they all came out and they all jumped with us there, and they came up to Pretoria afterwards, and I was able to take them around a bit. Some of them stayed in touch for many years afterwards. I don't seem to be in touch with any of them anymore, but some of them did stay. We had a couple of the French guys who jumped. One was quite an elderly French colonel who'd served in Algeria, and it was nice to see a guy like that jumping. We had a few Poles as well who jumped with us. So, then the brigade used to, every year at the end of the year, we would have a Christmas tree party for the children of the people who worked at the brigade headquarters, and that was always a great thing. You know, the kids loved it. The wives enjoyed being able to be there with their kids and with their husbands and to participate a bit. So we had Kasinga Day parades at the brigade every year at Kasinga Day, which was the 4th of May. We would have a parade to commemorate the guys who were killed at Kasinga, because all those who were killed or missing in action were citizen force soldiers. And although the brigade didn't formally exist at that stage, they were from our units, 2 and 3 Parachute Battalion. So we always made a thing of the Kasinga Day parade. And in later years, one of the brigade commanders would lose his job, partly because of holding a Kasinga Day parade. But under the new dispensation, it wasn't regarded as the right thing to do. We had found with exercise Leviathan, one of the things we'd found was that moving the Jakkals vehicles across that channel of water by means of the pulley system that the engineer set up was very time consuming, and it took a heck of a long time. So we instituted some trials to make some flotation trials for the Jakkals, and we did that down at the School of Engineers in Kroonstad, where we worked out a way where we could float Jakkals across a relatively small river or a channel like that thing was, and it was a much quicker way of doing it. So it was a very successful thing. And then we embarked on on something completely new. You know, we'd up till then we'd been participating in the war in Namibia and Angola, and that's where the paratroopers were being used. And we had a role. It was a small role, but we had a role as a fire force and a derivance of the fire force technique. But now that war was over, and we had to now, besides a big conventional type of operation that we might find a place for ourselves in, how else could we make ourselves relevant? So we were looking at ways to be relevant, and we were increasingly being deployed in urban areas, in townships, and this sort of thing. And I thought to myself, you know, there must be some sort of role that we can, an airborne role that we can utilize in the townships. And 2 Paraben did a bit of pioneer work with this when they were deployed in just north of Durban in the sort of Mount Edgecombe area. And they initially did it with helicopters. One of the problems we found was that the MK intelligence was very good, on the ground especially. So if we wanted to set up a cordon so the police could do a search, we would have to drive to the township, go to the area that we want to set up the cordon in our Biffle vehicles, then debus over there and form the cordon up around the area where we want to. But if we were going to a place that was on the far side of the township, the moment the first Biffle drove into the township, that place would be notified, and they'd, by the time we'd driven through to where that place is and set up the cordon, the weapons would be gone. The suspects would be gone. The police would search, but they'd find nothing. So it wasn't working very well. We needed to have a better way. We needed to find a way where we could deploy our troops to set up cordons and roadblocks, vehicle checkpoints, very quickly at short notice, and not give warning that we are coming. And driving through the township in a convoy of Biffles, that was the worst thing you could do, because everybody knew that the army are coming. So get rid of everything, hide everything, run away, don't be in the area. So 2 Paraben started experimenting with this with a form of a vertical envelopment using helicopters. And they used them very successfully into some of the township areas. If there was a suspect area where you knew something was going on, they'd fly the troops in with the helicopters, they'd debus from the helicopters, and they'd form the cordon in seconds, and there wouldn't be time for the people to get away. Then they were going to do a progressive parachute jump, and so we thought we would combine this with an actual operation with the police, where we could position our troops quite quickly. And so the jump was done near an area where they were going to carry out an operation, and it proved very successful. So we then decided we'd try this. 3 Paraben were called up, and they were doing duty in Soweto. So we thought we would try this in Soweto. Man, did we get into trouble for this. Because Soweto, of course, is an iconic place, high-profile place, lots of people, and a big ANC stronghold. And so MK were quite active in that area. And we first dropped about a platoon from a Dakota in a small sort of DZ that covered a couple of soccer fields or so on. And that worked quite well. But the police wanted to do a large section of Soweto where they'd require a much bigger force. And they wanted to be able to set up vehicle checkpoints and have the soldiers on these as well. And it was in a part of Soweto right next to some mine dumps where there was an ideal DZ. And the area that we were going to use was where we would deploy was right next to that. So we took the three I don't remember how many there were. I think there were 2 companies. Can't remember, but we had quite a few C-130s, C-160s that the Air Force made available. Took them through to Waterkloof. They were deployed at the base near in Lens, but we took them through to Waterkloof, fitted chutes, took off, piloted our way through all the air traffic in that area, and did a run-in right next to between them, the mine dump and the township, and dropped these guys. I actually went with them to jump with them and to gauge the potential of these sort of operations. And again, they landed. There were 1 or 2 buffels that had come through to collect the parachutes and so on. But you see, if it's 1 or 2 buffels, then the inhabitants think it's just a patrol. They're not really concerned about that. But if it's 10 or 12 buffels all coming in, then they know there's something going on. And that's when they warn people. So there were 1 or 2 buffels there going to take the parachutes back. We jumped. The guys formed up in next to no time, and they threw a cordon and they set up vehicle checkpoints. It was a great success. The ANC lodged, because by then the ANC had been unbanned. And we were essentially helping the police to just maintain order. So we were trying to get rid of the illegal weapons that were floating around, and the necklacing and violence that was taking place within the townships and so on. That's what it was. That's what the role was. It was no longer a war as such, but we needed to get people into these urban areas in a hurry. So it worked. But there was such an outcry from the ANC, and it was in all the newspapers, and they objected so much about this, and we were intimidating the local population, and we're terrorizing the people in the townships. And what is actually happening is the kids from Soweto came running when they saw the guys jumping. They came running to the DZ, and they were all cheering and excited to see the guys and clapping when the guys came off the DZ, and the guys didn't have time to go around intimidating people. They had to go and throw a cordon around the area so the police could do a search, and so that's what they did. And the guys waved at the little guys who were waving back at them, and so there was absolutely no anxiety or anxiousness about it for the locals at all. But this was, it was ANC propaganda. And then I started working on, this gave me an idea, and I started working on something which I wasn't able to complete it while I was at the brigade, but they did take it a bit further, and that is the concept of advanced static line. When you're jumping in an operation in normal combat situation, you have to jump low, and that's why static line jumps, military jumps, are carried out from sometimes as low as 600 feet if you're jumping operationally, usually around about 800 feet. And that's not very high at all for a parachute jump. Civilians would never jump at that height. And of course, with the sort of parachutes that they use, it wouldn't be a very good idea to jump at that height, because it'd take you all of that just for your parachute to deploy, never mind anything else. So you'd have all sorts of injuries. So the military parachuting is a very specialized field, and it does require jumping at low altitudes. Part of that is because you want to get the guys to the ground as quickly as possible. And part of it is because the higher you go, the more spread they are, and the longer it takes to group. And part of it is that the higher you are, the easier target you are for anti-aircraft missiles and so on. So you come in low, you don't get seen until the last minute, and you're gone before anybody can draw a bead on you with their shoulder-launched missile. But in the townships, we didn't have that problem. It didn't matter so much if you came in from more of a height. And what we did have in the townships was that your problem was that the biggest DZ you're likely to find deep inside a township is probably a soccer field. But in a soccer field, you're not going to be able to land a Dakota load of troops that you drop out. They'll be landing all over the place, and they'll be vulnerable, and it really won't work. You need to have a very sophisticated and maneuverable parachute canopy to place your troops all in that soccer field. So I said, why not look at the idea of advanced static line for your troops, that you start training your troops in doing advanced static line. In other words, they jump with a square parachute, not free fall. The square parachute is opened by static line. And with that, if you can train them to pilot the canopy, then they can all group in the air and come in and land on a soccer field without much difficulty. The problem is that the square parachute, because of the time it takes to deploy, and if you want to carry out your emergency drills, you have to do a cutaway. So you need altitude if you're going to use a square parachute, a ram air parachute. But you can use altitude if it's in a township. It's not a problem. You can drop the guys at 2,500 feet. So that was the concept that I had tried to sell. I'd have to sell it to one paraben, because they're the guys who train the people. Unfortunately, I left the brigade before I could really push that one through. But in later years, I found out that one paraben does have an advanced static line course that they've introduced now. And in fact, I went and did a conversion to be able to do advanced static line as well. And I took part with one with them in an exercise where I used that technique to go in. So that was something that took place. We used to do cadre training with elements of the brigade, the leader elements. When we referred to cadre, we would be talking about the leader elements, the guys at the top, company commanders, battalion commanders, battery commanders, that sort of things. That was the cadre that we'd often do training with the citizen force guys. And for that, we'd take a brigade training team to wherever they were. And then we'd do some jumps with them, and we'd do some lectures and some practical work with them, keeping their leadership skills honed. And we did some very good cadre training in Cape Town, jumping at Air Force Base Eysterplaat, and then using their facilities to do our training and so on, which was very spectacular, because you jump with Table Mountain and you come in towards the DZ over Table Bay, and so when you're standing in the door before you jump, you have a marvelous view before you go out the door. Then I would like to just say something about the first black paratroopers. You know, when we got to the early 90s, the more astute commanders realized that national service, the days of national service they're running out now. It's not going to be long, and national service will be done away with. It's already been reduced to 1 year. It's no longer 2 years. It's reduced to 1 year. And we could see that this was going to end. And by the time integration took place, because, you know, that was the start of CODESA and all those sort of things. So everybody knew that there were huge changes coming. And that these changes are not going to be able to accommodate a militaristic society with national service and all the rest of it. So we've got to start looking for other means of being viable, for finding manpower. And James Hills, who was commanding one paraben when these sort of thoughts were coming about, he said, "There's no doubt about this. We've got to train black paratroopers." And there was a lot of people who said, "No, we can't do that. And, you know, we've got the enemy in our midst and all that." James Hill said, "I'm telling you, it's the only way it works. We're going to train." So he got authority from Army headquarters, and they went out and recruited from the street in Bloemfontein. They recruited black guys, put them through their tests and so on. If they were found suitable, they signed them up, and they did the parachute course. They had to do the selection the same as anyone else. And And so it went on. So it wasn't long before the first company of black paratroopers had been established at One Parabon. I think it was B Company, my old company. But they were doing very well. And I had close liaison with James Hills because he and I were personal friends. And he gave me lots of feedback about the paratroopers. And one of the things that he told me was that they have found that in modern society, the white guys who volunteer for paratroops often have a problem that they've been spending too much of their youth watching TV, not enough time doing exercises. So their lower body was not very strong, not very strongly developed. And it was quite a general sort of thing with white guys because it was just the TV age that was doing this. Instead of climbing trees and going for walks and riding bicycles, they were sitting watching TV. And the black guys, on the other hand, some of them had to walk 10 kilometers to get to school every day, and then 10 kilometers back in the afternoon. And they exercise. There was no mommy in a car to drive you to your friend's house. If you want to go to your friend's house, you had to walk. So what they were finding was when the guys were being trained, a greater percentage of the black guys was passing the selection than the white guys, because the white guys, if you compared the white guys of 1990 to the white guys of 1970, there were fewer guys that were getting through the course, getting through the selection. And this is what they got doctors and physiotherapists and what do they call these guys, biokineticists and so on to go through this and check this with the guys. And they said it would appear that this is what is happening. So I had there was a briefing that I was giving to some of the media, and I learned a very important lesson about media here, and that is rather keep your mouth shut than say anything to them. But in my innocence, I was telling them about the paratroops and telling them about the black troops that are being trained now, and that we're now getting increasingly numbers of black paratroopers. And this is before, this was generally accepted in the military. It was quite a revolutionary sort of thing that James Hills embarked on. Nobody gives him any credit for this, but he's a guy who really, he got the whole thing going, got the ball rolling as far as training the black paratroopers. And so after I briefed this press, and I spoke to them about a whole lot of things around parachuting, but this is just one aspect that I mentioned to them. It's the only aspect they grabbed onto. The headlines. Colonel says, blacks make better paratroopers than whites. I never said that. But this is the message that they were sending out to the public, that I say, black troops are better make better paratroopers. I never said that at all. It's got another. Either they didn't listen, or else they were deliberately twisting what I was saying. And I'm inclined to think they were deliberately twisting it, because I made it very clear when I explained it to them. Anyway, and then in the Sunday Times there was this guy Hogarth, who would always have a mampara of the week and have all sorts of comments about people. And in that column of his, he had a heading there, pull the other one, pull the other leg. And he said, now he wasn't even at the briefing that I gave, but now he sprouts forth about this. And he says, this colonel from the SADF claims that black soldiers make better paratroopers than white soldiers. Clearly, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyway, I wrote a letter to them, to all these newspapers and so on. They just ignored it. They didn't do anything about it. They got people to buy their newspapers. That's all they were really interested in. So, while I have great appreciation for the value of the media, sometimes the media needs to take a bit of a look at themselves instead of always blaming other people for accusing them of all sorts of things. because I thought that was a pathetic show on their part. But anyway, that's the way it worked. We worked quite closely with the medical services, the military health, SAMS, the South African Military Health Service. One of the big things we worked with them was the development of a surgical post, an air-droppable surgical post that we could put on the ground, because we really needed something like that. And eventually, long after I'd left the brigade, this became a reality, because 7 Medical Battalion Group was not part of the brigade because it was another arm of service, but they specifically existed to support the paratroopers, the special forces, and the police special task force. And so this was it required us working very closely with, and this was a requirement we had, was for an air-droppable surgical post. And when it eventually materialized, it was a most impressive thing. And I think the requirements we had was that we must be able to use 2 Yakkals vehicles and I don't know, 4 trailers or something, and everything must be able to fit on that, so we can pack it up and move it and then put it up somewhere and use it again. So that was something we worked on, but at the same time, with all the changes that were going about and with national service about to end, one of the things that we found was that we're not going to get doctors anymore. Because, you know, doctors who first did their training as a doctor and then did their national service, they were given the option. And those who were adventurous guys said, well, you know, if I'm going to have to spend 2 years with this, let me go and do a parachute course and work with the special forces or the paratroopers and so on. And many of them did this, and we were able to recruit good adventurous doctors as a result of that. But now that was going to dry up, and we weren't going to have that anymore. So what happens if we have to do a parachute drop and we need doctors on the ground and we haven't got paratroopers, doctors who are paratroopers? No, people start assuring us. In fact, a lot of the military freefallers were great on this. They said, no, we don't have to worry about that. As long as we can get the surgeon who's needed, we'll tandem the guy in. We just strap him onto the parachute, the harness of the other guy, and do a tandem jump, and we'll put him down. He doesn't have to be trained as a paratrooper. We'll still get him in. So I said to them, you guys you need to check what you're smoking, because a tandem jump can't be done from 800 feet. A tandem jump's got to be done from about 5,000 feet minimum. And if you're going to jump, put doctors in at 5,000 feet, by the time the tandem master gets to the ground with his doctor, they're both going to be dead, because they will have been shot while they're in the air, because they're going to be in the air for too long. You want to get them from the aircraft to the ground as quickly as possible. So that wasn't a great suggestion. I must also tell you that around about this stage, about 1990, I think it was, or I might have been 91, I was approached by Army headquarters, the communications people, public relations people, or so on. They approached me and they said, look, we've got a project known as Project Book on the go. We're trying to get as many books published as possible that will portray the Defense Force in a positive light. And so I got the idea that they were actually funding these things to get them out. And there were lots of books being produced around about that time about all different aspects of the Defense Force and about the war and so on. They said, we've got this guy who's already done a book on Kufut, and he would like to do a history of the South African paratroopers, and we'd like to ask you to give him your full support so that he can do this. So I said to him, that guy's a journalist. They said yes, but he. So I said, he's never been a soldier. He knows nothing about the military. How can you expect him to? They said, the important thing is to get the positive message out. I said, no, that's not how history works. The important thing is to get the truth out. You want this guy to write a book, a history about the South African paratroopers, but you only want the positive things there. You don't want anything bad. You don't want to point out the lessons that we've learned. You don't want to point out that the mistakes that we've made. You don't want to point out how we've developed by making these mistakes and by going through the trial and error system. You don't want to point out that we've had some operations that were a disaster. They said, no, but we don't want to spread the message of disasters. So I said, forget it. I'm not going to give that guy any support. I'm not going to give him any access to anything in the brigade. If you want that book written, I'll write the book. I'm not letting somebody else write. So they said, will you do that? So I said, yes, I will. So I then started. When I had been the adjutant at one parachute battalion, the unit history is also one of the responsibilities of the adjutant. And while I was there, I started putting together some historical aspects around one parachute battalion specifically. So I had put together a bit of work on it, but that was, 10 years, more than 10 years ago. But now I thought, well, now I've got to start getting. So what I did was I wrote to all the commanders of the various units in the brigade. I asked them to send me summaries of the histories of the unit and to give me some pointers where I could get more stuff. And then I also went to the archives and I started looking around in the archives, and I quickly realized that the archives is an absolute treasure trove. But you do have to understand the military filing system. And you do need to have some basis that you can start off when you're looking for something to know. You've got to have dates and you've got to have areas where it took place and preferably the name of an operation or various things like that. So what I did was I used to have to go and do certain things at the Army headquarters every week. I'd have stuff, and it was usually on a Thursday that I'd have to go in and get stuff done over there. And quite often on a Thursday, I wouldn't go straight to the brigade. I'd go into Army headquarters first and do whatever I had to there, and then go out to the brigade later in the day. So I did the same sort of thing, but what I'd do is at the end of whatever I was doing in the headquarters, when I was finished with that, I'd go straight to the archives. And I'd spend the rest of Thursday, almost every week, in the archives trying to find, do research and find what I was looking for. And I got an amazing amount of stuff. I really did. And I must have wrote about, 12 or 15 chapters of this book. But, then I was transferred away from the brigade, and all sorts of other things that took place, and Project Book came to an end, and it was nowhere near the big success that they thought it was going to be, because people saw through the propaganda side of it. And but I had all that material that I'd got together. So I hung on to that, and I continued when I got a chance in the years that followed. I would continue doing a little bit of work here and a little bit of work there. And I'd interview people, and when I'd come across somebody who had been around that I knew was important in the history of the paratroops, I'd interview the person and make notes and keep all of those. So I was building up quite a reserve of sources. But the time for me to use them still lay ahead when I eventually started doing my academic research and enrolling to get my master's and my PhD. We were by then we were pretty much aware. Things were changing very rapidly. There was a big project that was on the go. Project Redhead. And Project Redhead was really like a dark cloud that was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It was a project that concerned the rationalization of the Defense Force. Now, when you talk about rationalization, it's a euphemism. It really means the cutting down of the size of the Defense Force. It means contracting the Defense Force. It means making the Defense Force smaller. because the fact is that there were massive budget cuts, up to 60% budget cuts that were taking place. And one had to understand that because we weren't at war anymore. And, with all the political ramifications and the changes and the new state president, F.W. de Klerk, and his suspicion of the security forces, which I imagine if I'd been in his position, I would have had similar suspicions about them. I don't think we covered ourselves with glory with everything that we did, but the fact is that there were huge cuts taking place, and there were bigger things looming. We all knew that there were going to be massive changes very, very soon. The referendum hadn't taken place yet, but everybody knew that the change was coming. Everybody knew that that things could not go on the way they were. It was all coming. So this dark cloud was getting bigger and bigger. And with Project Redhead, it soon became very, very clear. We got to close down a whole lot of units. We got to close down headquarters. We got to combine headquarters. We've got to reorganize the whole setup. There's no way it can work on the present budget. So 14 Paraban Group had by then already been disbanded. It was not possible to have a Parachute Battalion group existing as an entity, a full-time force, just in case something happened. Because, as everybody was saying, we now reached the 1,000-year of peace. There's not going to be any more war, fighting and war. We had to replace 14 Paraban Group with some other options. So the concept I came up with was what we called Eagle Force. We placed 2 companies on standby, citizen force companies. They stayed at home and they continued to going to work, but they were notified, you're on standby. If we need you, you must be able to report within 24 hours. And they'd be on standby for maybe a month or 2 months. I can't remember what it was. And then we'd get 2 new companies in and we'd work through them like that. And for most of the time, they weren't ever mobilized. Once they were mobilized and they were deployed in Soweto when there was a bit of a crisis. And as soon as it was possible, we sent them back. But I had a job getting them sent back because once they were mobilized, then the other big shot officers, they felt we've got to hang on to them. We've got these paratroopers, now we must hang on to them. So, and that wasn't the agreement. The Eagle Force concept was they would be utilized for a crisis and then they'd be withdrawn and sent back home. There were other decisions made regarding the parachute forces, and these are decisions that had a huge effect on our whole organization. For Parachute Battalion, I was told to disband it. Must be closed down. So we then, instead of having 3 parachute battalions, we only had 2 left, 2 and 3 parachute battalion. Discussions worked in such a way that, and I was part of these discussions, and I couldn't fight against the reality of the available amount of money, how things worked. So the decision that was made, there will in future be a single parachute organization, not 44 Parachute Brigade and 1 Parachute Battalion. It will be one organization known as 44 Parachute Brigade, and 1 Paraban will come under command of the brigade. The brigade headquarters must move from Murray Hill down to Bloemfontein, and there will only be 1 colonel in charge of this headquarters. Not 2, not 1 in Bloemfontein, 1 in Murray Hill, 1 Paraban and 1 at 44 Para Brigade. And of course, that made a lot of sense. And it was something that I'd been advocating for quite a long time. But, everyone had fought against it. But nobody can fight against the availability of money. You've either got the money or you haven't got the money. And I realized that this decision, these decisions meant that my road had come to an end with the paratroopers. I couldn't continue because there's only room for 1 colonel. The brigade is going down to Bloemfontein. There is already a colonel, a parachute colonel in Bloemfontein. I would have to be moved with my family and everyone else down to Bloemfontein. It would be expensive. It would be disruptive. And what do they then do with the colonel who's in Bloemfontein? Then they'd have to move him somewhere else. So it was clear Les Rudman was going to become the next brigade commander, and I was going to be out on my ear. And I was party to that decision in many ways. I didn't fight it because I knew that the decision was inevitable, and also that it could ultimately be to the benefit of the brigade, provided the brigade remained an independent formation and didn't come under command of the territorial command. Unfortunately, I lost that battle when I thought I'd won it, but that's another story. And then another impact of all of this was that for many of the officers, some of the best officers I had in the brigade, they could see what was happening. They knew what was taken. They knew that the brigade is moving down to Bloemfontein. The brigade is going to undergo massive changes. We're actually on a downhill slide. They could identify that. I could argue against it as much as I liked, but these are the more astute officers that I had, some of the best officers I had. They came to me, one after the other. They would come to me and say, "Sir, I'm resigning." And I lost some extremely good officers, Some of them stayed on in the citizen force. One of them, Kobus Hoorn, became OC of 3 Parachute Battalion and played a very important and very valuable role in that capacity. But, you know, we lost some absolutely excellent officers. But that's the way things went. While all this was going on, I had to try and motivate the brigade, keep the guys going. I had a team building exercise, which I ran at Mobiligwe up on the Limpopo border. And we parachuted in there, and then we had to do a hike through the 3-day hike through the bush, and sleeping in the bush and campfires at night. And that area is particularly good for that sort of thing because you've got lions and you've got elephants and you've got leopards and hyenas and all the rest are around you over there. So, you know, it's some guys didn't do a lot of sleeping, but it was a very good team building exercise. But I couldn't get away from the fact that an era has come to an end with what is taking place now. We had regular staff jumps, which was always a boost for the morale. Once a month, we had jumps at the little airfield that was close to the brigade headquarters, and that was always a great thing. We did free fall demonstrations in some various places, but none of this could really change the reality. We had a 60s evening at the Ladies Association. My wife was never great on the Ladies Association. She actually couldn't stand it, but we had some really good ladies, and they supported her when necessary, and they organized a great 60s evening, which we held at the 101 Air Supply unit at their facilities, and everybody enjoyed it tremendously. I arranged that we did a very special jump, which is all part of my effort to try and boost the morale of the brigade when all of this was going on. The Air Force Museum had a Junkers Ju-52 /3, a 3-engined aircraft that was used by the Germans that they dropped their paratroopers from during the Second World War. Now, this one was, strictly speaking, not really a Junkers, because the aircraft were built under license by Spain. And they were called Casa aircraft in Spain because the Casa factory actually built them. But it was identical. It was to all intents and purposes, it was a Junkers. And when the Second World War broke out, the South African Airways had a whole lot, I can't remember, 10, I think, Junkers aircraft. And we were one of the, and they were all taken over by the Air Force. And we were one of the only Commonwealth countries that had proper transport aircraft at the start of the Second World War, because we had these Junkers aircraft. So the Airways Museum, they were very glad that they had this Junkers. And they had a pilot. He was an Airways pilot, Flippy Vermeulen, I think his name was. Great pilot. He was an Airways, but he used to fly, big Boeings and things all over the world and so on. But he was also the museum's pilot, and he used to fly the Airways Museum's aircraft, the ones that were still flyable, including the Junkers. And I went to see them, and I went to see Flippy. And I said, look, we want to jump from the Junkers. And I explained to him the role that it had with the Germans as their primary paratroop transport. And he said, well, he would love to do that. What must be done? I said, well, we need to get my parachute instructors to come and examine the aircraft so that we can see how we can set up the static cable and the static line and so on. And then we'll test a couple of dummy paratroopers, which we'll drop through the door to see how it works and to see how the bags deploy, because our parachutes deploy very differently from the way the German parachutes deployed in the Second World War. And, we don't want anything to go wrong. So he said, that's great. So they carried out the tests at Donato, which was then still the Air Force training, the air training school. They carried out the tests there, and it all worked very, very well. So I got a select number of guys from the brigade and from Special Forces and invited them all to come, and we jumped from the Junkers. And that was a great experience. It was really something, because it can fly so slowly. It's almost like jumping from a stationary platform when you go out of there. There's almost no slipstream. It's just marvelous. But cramped, it's a very small door that you got to get out of, and you got to sort of bend over when you're coming out the door. And we had no seats inside it, because it normally had passenger seats in, and they were all taken out. So we sat on the floor, but it worked very well. We had a great jump from the Junkers. I was invited to go to an infantry symposium at the infantry school in Oudtshoorn. And it was a great few days, and we discussed a lot of infantry things, and all old infantrymen were there, and we had a great time together and so on. And then I had arranged for them to do the dropping of a Ferret 106. And that we would drop it at the area where the shooting range is, and then we'd bring it into action immediately and fire at some targets. And the colonel in charge of the infantry school at the time was Colonel Strubel, a really great guy. And Colonel Strubel was with all of us when we went out to the area where the drop was going to take place. And the aircraft came over and it dropped the ferrets, the one single ferret, and the crew jumped out, and they landed and they de-rigged their vehicle and then drove it around to the firing point and ready to fire. It all happened very quickly, in a few minutes, to show them how quickly this could be done. And it was an opportunity for me to show off the brigade a bit, to try and twist a few arms and persuade people that, we are a viable force. Don't just write us off. And up there on this hill, there were a number of little privies. When guys needed to go to the loo, they went in a little corrugated iron privy, very shaky, unstable sort of thing, but at least it was private enough. You could go in there and do whatever you needed to do. And so as things had worked out, Colonel Strubel, just after the drop, when the ferret had landed and the guy started taking it apart and so on, he had this urgent need to go. So he beetles off to one of the little privies and he climbs in there, closes the door, and, pulls his pants down, sits down on the thing and gets his relief. And in the meantime, the vehicle has been de-rigged, and the crew jump on board and they spin off the platform and drive around and into position. And they start firing the 12.7 spotting rifle at the target, you see. And as soon as they hit the target, the guy yells, 106, and they fire the 106. But as luck would have it, with the position that it was in, the privy that old Struble, unfortunately, I can't use his nickname because it's regarded as very offensive to a lot of people. But anyway, Colonel Struble is in this little privy, and it's right behind where the ferret is. And of course, the ferret's got a 106. It has it's recoilless, but it's got a tremendous backblast, and you don't want to be behind that thing when and the thing and it's dust and smoke everywhere. And the next minute, all the guys are safely standing, all the spectators are safely standing around. And the next thing is this little privy is rocking back and forth like this, and nobody knew that he was in there. But the next thing is the door flies open, and he comes out busy pulling his buckling his belt and pulling his pants on, and he comes out with his eyes wide like this, and he says, "Is julle dan donders mal? Are you bloody mad?" No, that was something I'll always remember. I haven't seen him in many years, but I'd love to see him again and remind him about it. So there was a bit of laughter in amongst all the other things that were going on at the brigade and all the somberness around the changes that were taking place. When all this was going on, I was very involved in the church, the local church. I always had been, and wherever we moved around the country, I always became involved in the church in the area. And at one stage, I was a Sunday school teacher there, but I was away so often that I couldn't maintain continuity, so I stopped doing that. But I became a cell group leader, and once a week I would have a Bible study in my house, and people would come to our house, and we'd run the cell meeting there, which I enjoyed. I've always loved the Bible, and I've loved reading the Word, and I've loved studying the Word, and I've always loved getting what I can out of it and sharing it with people. And I have a teaching ministry. I'm able to convey the message to people very well. So I tried to I tried to do that as much as I could in amongst all the very busy life that I was leading with all the other people. But what I did, all of that was difficult because I was away such a lot. I was really moving around a great deal, and I was often away. But what I did do quite often was I used to preach on a Sunday, and I enjoyed that. So I would, often if I was at home on a Saturday, I'd use the Saturday to prepare my message, and then on the Sunday I would preach. So this was a central part of our lives as a family, and I think to a large extent that kept us together during a time when we were often apart. But through all of this, we had this dark cloud of Project Redead. There were a lot of things that were very sad for me because I knew I was now coming to the end of my term as the brigade commander. One of the things was that Arms Corps had developed a replacement for the ferret. Because, as I said previously, the ferret was 1950s technology. It was old. It was very good, and we loved it, and we used it very beneficially. But there were lots of things that it wasn't. And for instance, it wasn't mine protected. It was very vulnerable to mines. And there were lots of other little things. The material that was used in the thing. There'd been technological advances in many things. So Arms Corps developed something that they called the Iron Eagle. And it looked like a shortened Mamba. So it had mine protection. And it could mount the 106, which could fire through 360 degrees. And it could mount the Milan and could probably mount any other anti-tank weapon that one could think of fitting onto a vehicle. And the prototype had come out, and we'd done some tests on it and checked it. And, I was very thrilled about this sort of thing. And they were hoping, Arms Corps were hoping to find a good market for it overseas, which could mean that it could, then they could produce them for us at a better price, and that we'd be able to find the money to acquire these in place of the ferrets. But I knew in my heart, we're not going to find money for those. There is no money for that. That's just not going to happen. We're going to have to get used to using the old ferrets for quite a lot longer. And in fact, that whole project was, they eventually sold it, the concept, overseas. And it's been produced, and it's been in use in operations in, I think, Bosnia and those places. They've utilized them there. And sadly, we were the ones who initiated the thing, but we were never able to utilize it. We had some very enjoyable things towards the end of my term as well. For instance, I had a very good relationship with the military attachés. They used to come out to the brigade on official visits sometimes, and I'd give them enough demonstrations for them. And they would often invite me to functions and so on, and Anne and I would go along. So I had a very good relationship with them, and the American attaché, every American embassy around the world has a Marine Corps detachment that is responsible for the security of the embassy. That's a traditional thing that the Marine Corps have, and it's the same in Pretoria. And this attaché arranged for the Marine Corps detachment at their embassy to have a Marine Corps ball. And we were invited to that, Anne and I, and it was marvelous. It was great, all dressed in our formal outfits and so on, and going to this ball with all the other military attachés and their wives and so on. I thought that was great. I arranged some great family camps also towards the end of our time here, and it was again part of the effort to try and boost the morale of the people. On the farm at the training area that we had at Murray Hill, all the staff members would bring their wives and their kids for the weekend. They would arrive there on a Friday afternoon, and we would issue each family with a jakhals and a trailer, and load in a little tent for them, and some other camping gear and so on, and then we'd all go off in a convoy into the training area. And there were beautiful places we could go where we could camp, and we'd stop there in the bush, and then we'd say, right, this family over there, that family over there, that family over there, and families would all pitch their tents, and they'd all come together, and we'd have let the kids fire pyrotechnics, flares and various other things at night, and we'd give them some demonstrations and so, and the kids just loved it. And riding around, they thought it was the greatest thing to ride in these little jakhals jeeps all over the place. So those were great successes. And we didn't just use the permanent force staff members at the brigade headquarters. I would invite the unit commanders, who were all CF guys, to come along, their RSMs, bring their families, and to invite other people in their units to come and join us. And so we'd have a great big family camp in the veld out there. We'd bring along a water cart so that there's water available for the people. By the time Saturday evening came, Sunday morning when we go back, the wives would be only too grateful to go. They'd want to just get home and have a shower and clean up and so on. And the kids were just sorry to leave. And it was a wonderful sort of family time that we could have together. But all the time I had this heaviness in my heart, knowing that it's only a few weeks now and this will all be over. We've got to hand over this training area to some other unit. We've got to hand over our headquarters to some other unit. I took part in a jump at the Army Battle School for a sweepslag exercise where one parabon group, we'd finally got them to establish a parabon group. It wasn't really a complete group, but it was a move in the right direction. And they dropped this parabon group at Luatla, and so myself and a couple of the citizen force commanders from the citizen force battalions went along and jumped with them and went as observers to see how they were doing the things. Because at that stage, the citizen force battalion commanders. They understood the battalion group concept. They'd done exercises and prepared for operations and so on with battalion groups. They'd commanded battalion groups in amphibious exercises and in airborne exercises. And at one paraben, the guys over there had never done this. So, you know, we wanted to give them a bit of guidance with this. And you know, at that stage, because Les Rudman was the commander at one paraben at that stage, and he and I were very good friends. We'd been on courses together, and he'd been my chief of staff for 2 years. And so we had a good relationship going, but it was sad anyway to know that, you know, that's the end of my time at the brigade. I did a last free fall jump. It was, you know, after I left the brigade, I continued doing static line parachuting every so often when the opportunity arose. But I didn't do free fall again. I did, I think I did one tandem jump once with somebody just to see what it was like. But I never really did free fall again. I just did, and I did quite a lot of static line jumps after that. But the free fall jump was now going to be my last free fall jump, and we went up. I forget what the height was, but we went up quite high, probably 10,000. And then we jumped. But I deliberately said I want to do what we called a hop and pop. I'd go out the C-130, and as soon as I'm clear of the aircraft, I'd throw away and open the and not do a long free fall, but just come. And we dropped kilometers away from the brigade headquarters, but because we were doing a hop and pop, we were able to ride in all the way and get all the way back to, and you know, it was just marvelous flying in over the training area that we'd come to know so well, and we'd done so many exercises and so on, making our way back to, and landing on the parade ground at the brigade headquarters. So that was a great jump. And then the last jump that I did with the brigade, over the December-January period, because that's when my term was going to come to an end. We'd already packed up most of the brigade. We had a parade, a final parade at the brigade. It was also a medal parade. We presented medals to some of the guys. And at the end of the parade, the brigade flag was lowered for the last time at Murray Hill. And I chose music to do that by. The music I chose was Wagner's Flight of the Valkyries. Now, the Flight of the Valkyries is the regimental march of the British Parachute Regiment. It's also the background music that was used for the film Apocalypse Now, which was also an airborne film with the helicopters and so on. So I had the strains of the Flight of the Valkyries pumped out over the parade ground as we stood there and the flag came down, you know, and it was tear-jerking stuff. It was really, really heart-sore. And it's you know, the Flight of the Valkyries is quite a lengthy thing. So the guy who was lowering the flag had to do it very, very slowly. So that brought an end to the time we had at the brigade. But the last jump that I did, we had a student company that we'd called up, people who couldn't come at other times. They were studying, so they were all called up. So we had a company of students from various units, and they were deployed down in Durban under Group 10. And the commander of Group 10 was Brian Adams, Colonel Brian Adams, who I'd known before either of us had joined the permanent force in Cape Town many, many years before that. He'd previously been the military attaché in Taiwan before he became the group commander at Group 10 in the Durban area, and he commanded 31 Battalion, the Bushman Battalion. So he was very favorably disposed towards us and very keen to use us in innovative ways and so on. And so the whole concept of urban airborne operations appealed to him. And, he supported it, and we got good support from him. And these guys from Groutville were going these guys from from the student company, they were going to carry out an urban operation at Groutville. Now, Groutville is not actually urban; it's quite rural. It's in the north of Durban, but there's a sort of a township there, and they wanted to seal off this township and do a jump to do that. So I was down there visiting them at the time, and it was my last staff visit to deployed paratroopers, and so I went up and jumped with them. And we landed next to the road, the main road, right next to Groutville Township, and the guys deployed immediately, and then the police came through and did a search. So that brought an end to my time at the brigade, and I was transferred to Group 18. The next conversation, I'll probably talk about Group 18, and it was a completely different world that I went into there from what I was accustomed to, very, very different. But in the 6 years that I'd been at the brigade headquarters, half of that time, more than half of that time as the commander, did I learn anything? Yeah, I did. I learned a number of things. The first thing that I've learned, because remember, this was my first relatively high command that I was given. And I learned the value of having the right staff, the correct staff, the value of not having a bunch of jaarbroers. One of the biggest mistakes that people make, commanders make, is to surround themselves with people who always say yes, yes, sir, yes, yes. They always agree with you. They always. Those are the guys that get you into trouble. Those are the guys that when you come up with some harebrained scheme, they say, yes, sir, and you do it, and then you end up in the dwang. I learned at 44 Para Brigade that the best staff officers are the staff officers who are not afraid to disagree with you. Because when you do something that is wrong, they'll stop you from doing it. And that's what a staff officer must do. He must look after his commander. He's an extension of his commander. So he's the one who enables his commander to do things. So if the commander wants to put his hand on a hot plate, then there should be an expert in that direction who pulls his hand back and says, "You can't do that, sir." And if he says, "Why not?" then you say, "Because you're going to burn your hand. That's why." And I learned that I would sometimes say, "Look, I want us to do the following. I want you guys to go out and plan, and these are my guidelines." And then the SO2 Finn, who would only be a major, say to me, "So you can't do that." So why can't I? He said, "We don't have money for that. There is no money in the budget. We can't do that. So think again, sir." I'd feel annoyed, but he's doing the right thing. The SO2 training would say to me, "So we can't do that. That's against the training directives, the practices. We're going to get into trouble if we do that." Okay, you're the guy who's there to know that and to tell me that. So they kept me out of trouble because I was always coming up with something new for us to do. But unless you got staff who are prepared to stand up and tell you that you can't do, this you can, but that you can't do. And if they're terrified of you, they're not going to do that. If you've got staff who are always going to agree with you, you're going to end up in trouble. So I learned the value of not having jaarbroers. I learned the value of somebody who disagrees with you and disagrees readily. And then he can substantiate why he's disagreeing with you. And you got to have the ability to lower yourself and say, "Right, I accept it. You might not have my experience, you might not have my rank, but it's your field of expertise, and that's what you're there for, is to keep me in line so that I don't get out." So I was able to build up a good relationship with my staff, and they knew they could disagree with me, and I learned the value of that. I also learned that change will take place. If you like it or not, things will change. And my plans are not always going to be realized. That is a hard lesson for me. It is a hard lesson. I thought when I became OC of the brigade, I'd be able to introduce all the things I wanted to. I was able to introduce many of the things I wanted to. But some of the things I was aiming for, I never got to. And I had to learn that that's life. That happens. Sometimes you don't get to all the things that you want to do. A very important thing that I realized was that my concept, the concept that I had developed over the years for the employment of airborne forces, that concept remained viable. It was still a valid concept. And that was exciting to know that what we'd been working towards, all the efforts we'd put into it, we might not get to where we were, but this whole thing was based on a realistic and viable concept. Of course, the other thing that I learned was not to trust the media. Always deal with the media with circumspection, because they might well have good intentions, but they also have agendas. Like all of us, we all have agendas, but the media can do major damage with their agendas. So use circumspection when you're dealing with the media. And that was reinforced for me many times, particularly when I was in Taiwan and my family were taken hostage. And then finally, I realized that I had the ability to command at formation level. I did have that ability. But I had also learned that I did not have that ability without constant reliance on God. To do what I had and to get where I was, I'd have to rely on the Lord. And I realized afresh, even in the midst of the heartache I had when my time at the brigade came to an end, I'm only here by the grace of God. And the strength that I've had to do all the things that I have, that was drawn from God. It's not my strength. So, of course, that brings us to the end of 44 Para Brigade. And I enjoyed talking about it. It brought back many memories for me of a wonderful time in my life.
Well, I assure you, sir, we enjoyed listening to you. This was really fantastic. Just fantastic. I can't summarize it better than that. I have a question, though. I wonder how do you feel, sir, as a senior officer, about this open door policy which people talk about?
Yeah. Of course, I think you could say that I maintained an open door policy in the sense that I didn't chase people away from my office if they came to see me. However, there were some limitations on this. You know, I've known commanders who have they had a red light outside their door, and they went into their office and closed the door and put the red light on. You don't dare knock on that door. You stay away from it. Now, I didn't do that. I tend to be a person who enjoys being with people and who enjoys relating to people. But I have my shortcomings when it comes to that. And to some extent, I suppose I did pick up some of that while I was at the brigade. One aspect that was important was that I had a very good secretary. And I've been blessed in a number of the posts that I've had to have good secretaries. I've also had some really terrible secretaries, really bad, but I've had some very good ones. And Louise, who was my secretary at the brigade, was a good secretary. She knew me very well because she'd known me when I was SO1 Ops and my office was right next to hers. And she'd heard me and she'd seen how I dealt with people, and she understood what I was doing. So by the time I became brigade commander, she was very comfortable with me. She knew how to handle me and how to handle people who wanted to see me. So anyone who wanted to come and see me had to go past my secretary. And, you know, they'd, as a matter of courtesy, they'd have to speak to her first. She wouldn't allow people that she felt were going to waste my time to do just that, to waste my time. She'd say, I'm sorry, the colonel's busy, he can't see you. Even if I hadn't said that to her, because she was quite an astute lady, and she could see this guy, this guy's going to waste the time. Some of the people she knew, they just liked to talk, and she would keep them away from me. So that was a valuable asset that I had, was a good secretary at the brigade. And I think for any person in a leadership position who works from an office, it's an important filter to have, and you must have a very good secretary. I didn't choose Louise, but I'm grateful that she was the one who was my secretary. The other thing is that the people who worked for me knew me quite well, because I didn't distance myself from them. I tried to walk around a lot. I tried to be where I could talk to people. When there was an opportunity at a braai or at a formal dinner or at a parade or having tea at every morning in the officers' tea room, wherever, I would speak readily to the people. And they pretty much knew what my thinking was about certain things. I encouraged them to use initiative. If I gave them the broad outline, now I don't want to deal with the details. They must sort the details out. They know the parameters within which they must work, and that's what they were to do. If they stepped outside of those parameters, then I would admonish them, and I would do so severely. I would call them into the office and I'd give them a good dressing down. If necessary, I would take further action against them, but that was very, very rare. But a good dressing down, I think there's a great deal to be said for understanding how to project and use your voice, what tone to use when you speak to people. You don't have to jump up and hit the desk. If you can moderate your tone and the volume sufficiently, you can get your message across. And people leave the office knowing exactly where they stand. I readily did that, and people knew that certain things they did, if they were to do certain things, they would be in trouble. They would get my disapproval, and I wouldn't hesitate to give that to them. So I think if you make that very clear to people, you are approachable, you are friendly, but you're not going to put up with any nonsense. You know, my wife always accuses me. She says, "You're always fighting with people." I said, "I'm not always fighting with people. I tell people when they're doing the wrong thing. I'm not prepared to put up with their nonsense." And I don't do that all the time, because then other times she'll say to me, "You're always so friendly with other people. Why don't you like that at home?" You know, so I said to her, "No, what do you want me to be? You one minute you tell me I'm fighting with people, then you tell me I'm being friendly to people." So, you know, you have to form some sort of balance, and you have to people have to know what they're dealing with you. That in itself becomes a filter, because people know if I'm going to come there and talk nonsense, he's going to kick me out on my ear. But if I come to him with something valid, then he's going to talk to me. So open door policy is good, provided it is managed properly, because you don't want to have a constant trail of people coming in and out, in and out, in and out. If a person comes in and he does waste my time, then I say to him, "Listen, I've got work to do and you're talking nonsense now. So please take your stuff and go. I haven't got time to talk about this." And interestingly, the person I found that I learned that from was Roland de Vries. When I remember that I was at a planning cycle, and I've seen this at several planning cycles with him, he asks everybody their view. He asks everybody to participate. He loves doing brainstorming. He loves getting inputs from many people. But if a person gets up and starts talking nonsense, then Roland says to them, "Jy praat nou twak, sit." Just like that. Just like that. He's not nasty to the person. He's telling him straight, "You're talking nonsense, sit down." And he doesn't hold it against the person. He doesn't go to him afterwards and say, "Look, I'm sorry if I offended you." That's it. That's it. I remember we had at the one planning cycle, we had an old fellow. He was a Second World War veteran, old Lucas. Lucas was a commando OC. He'd been in the Air Force in the Second World War. He was a lovable old man, really, and he knew his people and he knew the area very well. He was a farmer in the Tsumeb area. But Lucas, when he started talking, he could get a bit carried away. And he was a commandant, and Roland was also a commandant. But now Lucas says, "Kom aan, ek wil nou vir jou iets sê," and then he'll get up and he'll start. And Roland will stand there for a while listening to him, and when he as soon as he feels he's had enough, he'll say, "Lucas, jy praat nou twak, sit." And that's it. And then he'd go around and get to the next person. And if your people know that you like that, they're not going to exploit you. You can have an open door policy. They know I don't want to be told to shut up and leave. So if I'm going to see the colonel, I better have a good reason for wanting to see him. So, it's something that has to be managed, but you do need to be approachable. People must know that if they've got something serious, I've had people in tears in my office. I've had people who come in with family problems that are huge issues. I try to listen to them when they have that. It's because it's going to affect their work. If I don't listen to him, it's going to affect their work. I need to try and help him find a solution to his problem. So you listen to him. I don't say to him, "Look, listen, I don't want to listen to your domestic problems. Get out of here." I don't think that's conducive to running an organization where your staff have confidence in you. So, but the little I know, I've learned by watching people who do know. Like Roland de Vries, like Archie Moore, like many others. I've learned from all of them.
You know what's the most disgusting sight I've ever seen in my life, sir? Well, I've seen a lot. It brings me back to Untalk. They at one stage got hold of a bunch of Caspers, which was my favorite vehicle of all time. They painted them white, sir. It's the most disgusting sight when I saw it the first time. I thought to myself, if there's ever a sight for me to know that things are different now, it's these hue and marked white Caspers coming past with their blue berets. Very strange people. But they were nice. They were quite friendly to us, I have to say.
Yeah.
Did you find them, Sir Untalk, as professional soldiers? I don't mean in a way of fighting or anything. They were not there to fight. But as professional people, how did you find them?
I have to admit, Quest, that I can't really answer that question, because the only member of UNTAG that I really had anything to do with was the Malaysian major who pitched up at the Pauper Falls assembly point. I found him a very pleasant guy. He was very unsure of himself. I think it was the first deployment of that sort that he'd ever done. He wasn't very assertive at all, but I can't really comment on his professionalism, because I never really saw him. He didn't do anything. The time that he was there, he looked confused most of the time. He didn't seem to know much about what was going on. And if I'd been in his shoes, I probably would have been much the same. So, I gave him a place to sleep in the tent next to me. He put his stretcher up there, and I had some discussions with him, but I never really saw him act as a soldier, as a commander. So I really don't know. I didn't have any more than that to do with UNTAG, and I'm actually quite grateful, because the stories I heard from a few other people didn't really impress me. Although, as you say, there The paratroopers who were in the company from Fort Parabon, who were the last to withdraw, were on Ondangwa Airfield. They had a lot to do with the UNTA guys because they were coming and going all the time, and I used to often sit and chat to them and so on. And they assured me that they were all great guys. They thought that they were wonderful, but again, they didn't see them in action. So I don't know. But, you know, we all like to think that our soldiers are the best soldiers. So it's like grandparents and their grandchildren, you know.
Well, I think there's a great amount of truth in that. I think at that stage, the South African Defence Force could rate itself highly.
Yeah, they were.
It's just fascinating to me, so that it's sort of history always repeats, you know. I remember, or I've heard this, that when the British Army arrived in Rhodesia, just when the changes came in, when it became Zimbabwe, or perhaps it was already Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
They said they had landmine-proof vehicles. And it turned out they didn't have landmine-proof vehicles. And the Rhodesian army had to give them their Land Rovers, which were sort of equipped. So it seems to me that they arrived there at Untalk, not really understanding bush warfare or what's it about. But can't blame them. Can't blame them.
No, you're right, Chris. You're right. I remember when I saw the Land Rovers that the Brits brought to Rhodesia. They had a big hoop around the Land Rover. I suppose they thought that if a mine blows it up and it rolls, then it won't roll over the guy. I thought, boy, you guys have got a lot to learn.
Well, Internet, we've come to the end of this episode again. General, Doctor, thank you, sir. We are really appreciative. This was fantastic. I must tell you, I've had the time of my life listening here. I know we're going to get a lot of comments saying the same. And we'll continue next week. That's a fascinating thing with you. It just never ends. Thank you for that, sir. We really appreciate the rest of you. Come and talk to me. Don't let your stories die out. Don't let people tell you you're unimportant, you know, whatever. Don't want to hear such things. Come and talk to us. Bring your story. You're most welcome here with Legacy. And until we meet again, God bless.